The banner seemed to have turned into a living creature as it writhed about in the air. After spitting out more than 10 withered corpses, it returned to Guizhou. In just a short moment, all the Dao Source Realm Masters had their souls taken away by the 10,000 soul banner, and all the essence in their bodies had been sucked dry. Guizhou's moves were more horrifying and shocking to the eyes than those of Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, the sect master and the more than 10 Dao Source Realm Masters from Mountain Quarrying Sect had all been killed. At that instant, the hundreds of remaining disciples felt every part of their bodies turning cold as they stared ahead with a horrified look. They were all very weak, and before they even understood what was going on, their sect master and seniors had become corpses. It was then they realized that the reason Li Kai-shan was able to stand tall before those from High Heaven Palace without responding to their threats was that he simply couldn't move. Once the other party made a move, their ancestral founder was killed as easily as a mosquito. Faced with such a tragedy, some of the female disciples were so shocked that they started tearing up. Since the ancestral founder had lost his life, there was no way they could survive. "Why are you not running away? Do all of you want to die here too?" Ling Tai Su bellowed at those people. It was then they came to their senses. After someone shrieked and turned around to leave, others followed him as hundreds of people scurried for their lives. Some of them were so terrified that their legs had turned to jelly as they fell to the ground. However, they soon got to their feet and kept running forward in embarrassment. In just over 10 breaths' time, everyone was gone. Ling Tai Su and Chu Ling Xiao traded glances and heaved a sigh of relief. They were worried that Yang Kai would be ruthless and force all the disciples of Mountain Quarrying Sect to stay behind forever. If that happened, they wouldn't have known what to do. It didn't matter that Li Kai-shan and the Dao Source Realm Masters who were attacking the sect defending array in High Heaven Palace were killed. After all, the sect defending array of any sect shouldn't be attacked in the first place. By doing so, it was like provoking the entire sect, so such presumptuous people only had themselves to blame for getting killed. However, the hundreds of others were still young and inexperienced. They had just followed orders to come to this place with their sect master. Perhaps they didn't even know what consequences their actions would bring. Seeing as Yang Kai didn't stop the rest from fleeing, they were finally able to be at ease. Then Yang Kai withdrew his demon chi. By just looking at his calm expression now, it was hard to imagine how wicked he looked earlier. As of this moment, High Heaven Palace's gates will reopen, Yang Kai ordered dispassionately. Upon hearing this, Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing turned solemn before replying in an excited manner, "Yes, Palace Master." They couldn't help but be excited because over the years, their bad reputation as an evil sect and the great emperor's orders to seal off High Heaven Palace had pressed down on them like two huge mountains, making it difficult for them to even breathe. The disciples might not have any profound feelings on the matter as most of them came from the star field, so they were currently quite weak and most were focused on cultivating in seclusion. However, the managers of High Heaven Palace worried every day. They couldn't be at ease since the sect's reputation was at stake. By reopening the sect, they were finally able to clear away the fog and go out into the world to prove to everyone that they were innocent. "Sister Hua," Yang Kai called out. Hua Qingxi quickly stepped forward. "Yes. Over the years, what other sects insulted us like what the Mountain Quarrying Sect just did? Do you remember?" Yang Kai turned to look at her. Hua Qingxi took a look at him and put on a helpless expression as she knew what he was up to. Nevertheless, she still nodded and replied, "I remember all of them." She knew Yang Kai fairly well, which was why she had memorized all the sects that had come over to make a scene over the years so that she could give Yang Kai a list when he asked about it. Yang Kai grinned, "That's great. Sister Hua, please take a group of people to those sects and send all the cultivators who are in the Origin King Realm and above to the battlefield in the Western Territory. I'm worried that a major event will happen on the battleground soon, so we need more people there." Hua Qingxi nodded her head. Meng Wuya pressed his lips together as he felt somewhat troubled. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Palace Master, will there be any problem if we do that?" It was justifiable to kill those who had provoked them earlier, but it was unreasonable to force those people to get involved in the battle in the Western Territory. Over the years, the great emperors had only enlisted people who were willing to join the war voluntarily. They had never forced anyone to participate in the Two Worlds Great War. Hence, Yang Kai's action was somewhat overbearing. What problem will there be? Xianxia chuckled. If they want to make a name for their sex, the best way to do so is by making contributions on the battlefield. I'm just trying to grant their wish by sending them over. All of them were speechless at his reply. The battlefield was indeed a good place to make contributions and make a name for themselves, but the prerequisite was that they had to survive. In the past few years, even some of the half-saints from the demon realm and pseudo-great emperors from the star boundary had lost their lives, so no one could guarantee that they could remain safe in this war. However, those people who had been doing nothing but living a lavish lifestyle were not worth any pity either. Just then, Xianxia grunted in surprise and turned to look at High Heaven Palace. The others had no idea what had happened, so they also followed his gaze. A moment later, a beam of light shot out from the sect and landed on the ground, which then revealed an arrogant-looking young man with a dispassionate expression. After he revealed himself, he ignored the others and only set his sights on Xianxia. At that instant, all of them stared vigilantly at the young man as though they were facing a formidable enemy. It couldn't be helped, as this young man showed very clear hostility towards Xianxia. It was as though he had come across someone he was extremely resentful of. The young man was only in the second-order emperor realm, but his aura was even stronger than that of an ordinary third-order emperor, which caused the others to wonder where this rising star was from, as the way he carried himself was truly unordinary. Brother Yao? Jiying, of course, could recognize him at first glance. The young man was extremely haughty as he lifted his head and looked down at the others. However, he was still respectful of Jiying as he cupped his fists and replied, "Grandmaster Ji, Brother Yao, why are you here?" Jiying asked curiously. "I'm looking for him." The young man pointed at Xianxia as his expression turned cold again. Xianxia put on a smile and asked, "What's wrong, Brother Yao?" Although the others had never met this young man before, judging from what Jiying and Xianxia had said, they could figure out his identity. After all, the surname Yao was indeed very rare. Perhaps there was only one Yao family in the entire star boundary worthy of fame. This young man was none other than the son of Serene Soul Great Emperor Wuxia. Yao Jun had one son and one daughter, so he had the highest number of children among the great emperors. The other great emperors either had no children or only had one. Moreover, all their children were women, and only Yao Jun had a son. At that moment, they finally understood why this young man had such an impressive air. That was because he was the son of a great emperor. Xianxia wasn't close to Wuxia as they had only met a few times before. They met each other for the first time in the Shattered Star Sea, after which they didn't come into contact with one another more than a handful of times. Though, in a sense, it could be said that Xianxia was closer to Yao Xi's sister, Yao Lin. Her attitude was that of a typical spoiled young lady, and she had suffered some setbacks when dealing with Xianxia before. Previously, when she, Lan Sun, and Gao Zhan were captured, it was Xianxia who had gone out to save them. It was during the same incident that Yu Ru Meng pretended to be Li Shiqing and planted her heart seal in Xianxia, which signaled the beginning of the two worlds' Great War. Since they were not close to each other, Xianxia had no idea why Yao Xi was looking for him. Nevertheless, he didn't feel pressured at all. One of his women was a demon saint, so he didn't think the mere son of a great emperor was worthy of note. "I am here to deliver the great emperor's order." Xianxia prepared to accept it now. Yao Xi suddenly lifted his hand and a jade plate appeared in his grip which shone brightly under the sun, exuding the great emperor's aura, which caused everyone to be unable to look at it directly. All present had their expressions change. Xianxia had just killed an Emperor Realm Master who had come over to make a fuss and revealed his demon chi. He had also ordered the reopening of High Heaven Palace, however, the great emperors had sent orders so soon which caused them to become anxious. They wondered if word had gotten out, which was why the great emperors had decided to deal with Xianxia. The other matters weren't of much consequence. The main problem was that it was hard for Xianxia to explain the demon chi within his body. The sight of his figure engulfed in demon chi was too similar to that of those from the demon Heavenly Tao, who were a vile group of people everyone in the star boundary hated to the bones. The only person who seemed to be taking pleasure in Xianxia's misfortune was Zhou Cheng, whose face was originally pale. Earlier, when Xianxia reprimanded him but didn't do anything to him in the end, he thought that Xianxia actually felt diffident, which was why he had raced after him to press the issue of Xianing Chong. seeing Yang Kai release his demon chi and directly kill an Emperor Realm Master. However, he then realized that Yang Kai was a ruthless character, not nearly as laid-back as he had presumed. When Li Kaishan was killed, Zhou Qing was astounded and thought that he had just escaped from death's door without knowing it. Yang Kai was stone-hearted enough to kill someone who was there to simply make a scene, so what needed to be said about Zhou Qing, who was clearly coveting his woman? Initially, Zhou Qing decided to stop pursuing this matter. He would apologize to Yang Kai at a later time and resolve the grudges between them. However, he didn't expect that things would have taken a new turn as the Great Emperor's order had arrived. It was said that what goes around comes around, and it was now time for Yang Kai to repent for his misdeeds. At that instant, Zhou Qing was elated as he thought that Yang Kai was doomed. No matter how powerful Yang Kai was, his life wouldn't be spared if the Great Emperors wanted to deal with him. With the jade plate in Yao Xi's hand, all bowed their heads low and waited for the order to be announced, including Yang Kai. Yao Xi curved his lips into a sneer. Initially, he wasn't the one who was responsible for making this announcement. After all, anyone could have done it, so a great emperor's son didn't have to personally come. However, he had decided to take on the task because he wanted to see Yang Kai showing respect to him. Although Yang Kai's respect was directed at the great emperors, not him, he still hung his head. When all of them were prepared, Yao Xi said, "This is the great emperor's order. The palace master of High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai, has ventured into the demon realm to obtain vital information on the enemy at great risk to his own life and reputation, rendering the highest of services to the star boundary. From today onwards, High Heaven Palace will no longer be sealed, and its members no longer subjected to restriction." Yao Xi's voice wasn't loud, but he had infused it with his emperor qi to make sure that everyone in High Heaven Palace could hear him. After a moment of silence, everyone in High Heaven Palace broke into a commotion. The people around Yang Kai were pleasantly surprised. When Yang Kai said that he had met the great emperors, they didn't doubt him. Since he was able to return safely after meeting the great emperors, it meant that he had cleared his name, and he was no longer regarded as a traitor. However, no one could have expected that the great emperors would issue an order to clear things up for Yang Kai and High Heaven Palace. Certainly, those from High Heaven Palace wouldn't doubt what Yang Kai had said, but outsiders might not believe him. After all, Yang Kai couldn't provide any evidence. Nevertheless, since the great emperors had issued a proclamation, his name has finally been cleared. Instead of being a traitor of the star boundary, Yang Kai had actually made a huge contribution by venturing into the demon realm to gather information on the enemy. Since the great emperors had said so, no one would dare to doubt anything. The palace master had turned from a traitor to an undercover agent who had made significant contributions to the star boundary, and the sect could finally get rid of the accusation that it was an evil sect. The change took place so quickly that all the disciples of High Heaven Place felt the emotions in their hearts undulating. All of them were cheering as they were proud to have a palace master like him, and their years of forbearance finally paid off. However, there was more to come. Yao Xi went on to say, "The palace master of High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai, will be appointed to be the army commander of the 61st Army. He is charged with recruiting soldiers for the 61st Army and preparing all necessary resources on his own. If there are any objections, he can head to 7 Mist Sea and report them to Supreme Commander Li." Yang Kai stared at Yao Xi and blinked, thinking that he had heard wrong. Besides him, the others were also dumbfounded as they gasped and held their breaths. There were presently 54 armies in the star boundary that were named in accordance with the heavenly stem and earth branch philosophy. The new 61st Army was supposed to be the 55th Army. When Yang Kai was escorting Fan Xin and the others some time ago, he had asked her about it, so he knew what had been going on with these armies. As far as he knew, there were 54 armies in the star boundary, with the last one being the 54th Army, so the next one was supposed to be the 55th Army, followed by 56th Army, 57th Army, 58th Army, 59th Army, 60th Army, and then 61st Army. Certainly, it was all right that the great emperors wanted Yang Kai to build a new army, but they had skipped 6 groups and appointed him to be the commander of the 61st Army, which was no ordinary number. Of all the 54 armies, those that bore the title first were all led by pseudo-great emperors. That was because the first was the beginning of the earthly branch. All the army commanders of such groups worked directly under Li Wuyi, and they had to supervise the other groups that fell under the heavenly stem. In other words, the army commanders whose groups bore the number first were the supervisors of those army commanders whose groups fell under the heavenly stem. Therefore, if there were 62nd Army, 63rd Army, 64th Army, and so on, Yang Kai could supervise those army commanders. As long as the interests of the star boundary were not harmed, the army commanders of those groups had to unconditionally obey Yang Kai. Hence, all the groups with the first title were led by powerful pseudo-great emperors because third-order emperors did not have the necessary prestige to make others of equal strength obey them. Of all the 54 armies in the star boundary presently, there were only 5 groups with the first title. These 5 army commanders were the strongest pseudo-great emperors, including Li Wuyi and Yang Yan. That was the reason Yang Kai and the others were shocked. The great emperors had given compensation to Yang Kai by issuing an order to clear the name for his sect and him, but this appointment went to show how much they valued him. While Yang Kai was stunned, he also wondered why the great emperors wanted him to build an army. When he was in 7 Mists Sea, he had told them that he was going to attend to some matters, so he basically had no time to build an army. Furthermore, Yu Rumeng, Beilimo, and Chang Tian were already in the star boundary, and they had countless top cultivators who worked for them. The Two Worlds passage had been sealed off by Yang Kai, which cut off support for the demons, while the armies in the star boundary were ready to strike. Considering all that, it was just a matter of time before the demons were subdued, so what was the point of creating another army? Nevertheless, the great emperors must have a reason for making this decision. Although Yang Kai didn't understand it, he could only suppress his doubt for the time being. When he was free, he would visit Li Wuyi and ask him about it. He could also have a talk with Zhan Wu Hen as they had matching space beacons, so they could communicate with each other easily. Yang Kai, why are you not accepting the order yet? Yao Si bellowed with a disdainful expression. He was pleased that Yang Kai was showing respect to him, but he hated the fact that the latter had obtained such benefits. High Heaven Palace's Yang Kai accepts the great emperor's order. Left with no choice, Yang Kai could only shout and respectfully walk over to take the jade plate. Following that, the jade plate shone and contorted before it turned into an imposing-looking command token on which 61st was engraved. This was supposed to be the token of an army commander. Not only was it a symbol of status, but it also contained a sealed divine ability of a great emperor. It wasn't certain how powerful this ability was, but there was no doubt that no half-saints or pseudo-great emperors would be able to counter it. It could be said that this was a safety charm that could save the owner's life at a critical moment. All the army commanders were important figures. If one of them lost their life on the battlefield, their army would fall apart. Hence, the great emperors had personally forged these tokens and infused different divine abilities into them. The great emperors and the demon saints had come to an agreement that they wouldn't appear on the battlefield, but this kind of thing wasn't part of the agreement. Palace Master, congratulations on becoming the army commander of the 61st Army. From now on, all demons will tremble wherever the 61st Army goes. Hua Qingxi said with a smile. After that, everyone around them started congratulating him as well. At that moment, Zhou Cheng's face turned pale as there was no punishment or inquisition against Yang Kai as he had anticipated. Not only had the great emperors ordered the reopening of High Heaven Palace and cleared Yang Kai and his sect's name, they had also appointed him to be the army commander of the 61st Army. He had basically earned the highest honor. The ancestral founder of Ice Heart Valley in the Northern Territory, Bing Yun, was a pseudo-great emperor, but she was only the army commander of the 53rd Army. Although both of them were army commanders, the 53rd Army's status was undoubtedly lower than that of the 61st Army. At this moment, Zhou Cheng was so anxious and embarrassed that he couldn't wait to dig a hole in the ground and bury himself in it. The corpses of Li Kaishan and the Dao Source Realm Masters were still lying nearby, and Zhou Cheng couldn't help worrying that he would be joining them soon. Taking a glance over at Yang Kai, however, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. That was because Yang Kai wasn't paying him any attention at all. He was speaking to someone beside him with a smile. Zhou Cheng realized that his ears were buzzing and his head was heavy. Despite the close distance, he couldn't clearly hear what Yang Kai was saying. Palace Master, why don't we just enlist the people from those sects into the 61st Army? If they become your subordinates, you can educate and discipline them however you want. Hua Qingxi suggested with a smile. Just now, Yangkai had told her to bring some people to storm into the sects of those who had provoked High Heaven Palace before and send all those at or above the Origin King realm to the Western Territory. However, she hadn't expected to hear such an announcement. If they wanted to build the 61st Army, they needed a lot of manpower. Regardless of the temperament of those people, there were still Dao Source Realm Masters and even had Emperor Realm Masters among them. Thus, it would be beneficial to take them into the 61st Army. Yang Kai lifted his hand and replied, I'm just giving them a second chance by sending them to the Western Territory. What is this talk of education and discipling? The population of the star boundary is much smaller than that of the demon realm. Since the two great worlds are at war, anyone who can go to the battlefield is valuable. He paused for a moment. However, if they work under me, I can try to protect them so that they won't lose their lives so soon on the battlefield. And just tell them to join the 61st Army. Hua Qingxi nodded gently yes. She curved her lips into a smile and tried to suppress her laughter. Then Yang Kai turned to look at Yusi and said with a smile, Brother Yao, many thanks for coming all this way. Since you're here, why don't you come in and have a chat with me? A dispassionate Yao Si looked up at the sky and replied calmly, There's no need for that. Besides announcing the great Emperor's order, I have a request for you. In a good mood, Yang Kai nodded with a laugh, Brother Yao, please speak freely. I won't reject you if I'm able to do it. He didn't really mean what he said, of course. Although Yusi was a great emperor's son, they couldn't even be regarded as friends, so certainly Yang Kai wouldn't really fulfill his request. Moreover, Yusi was a haughty man, so his request would undoubtedly be an awkward one. Without beating around the bush, Yusi lowered his gaze and said, Fight with me. Ha! Yang Kai was startled for a moment. Although he had speculated that Yusi's request would be difficult, he hadn't expected that this was what the latter wanted. He couldn't help but size him up and thought that the latter must be out of his mind, as there were no grudges between them. Yao Si went on to say, I only have one sister and I treasure her. Despite his brief explanation, Yang Kai understood what he meant. It seemed that Yusi was determined to take revenge for his little sister. When Yang Kai and Yao Lin came across each other for the first time outside the ancient wild lands, she had suffered a big setback. At that time, Yang Kai almost killed her, and if it wasn't because Serene Soul Great Emperor had used Soul Descend, she would have lost her life. Although he didn't manage to kill her, Yang Kai had indeed directed murderous intent at her. Looking at it from a different perspective, if someone had directed murderous intent against Yang Shui, whether or not that person had taken action, Yang Kai would never let him off. After all, Yang Kai had only one little sister, one who was still quite young. Hence, he could understand what was on Yao Si's mind. After a nod, he said, You don't have to thank me. I just happened to save your sister, it was the least I could do. Yao Si stared coldly at him as the muscles on his face twitched. A smiling Yang Kai asked, Is there anything else? Stop feigning ignorance. Yao Si was born aloof and he wasn't good at expressing himself. Furthermore, what Yang Kai had said was an irrefutable truth. In that case, he decided to directly make a move. After he finished speaking, he leaped into the air and did a somersault. As he fell, he attempted to land a fist on Yang Kai. The power of his fist seemed able to make the world turn pale. After all, he was a great emperor's son, so although his cultivation wasn't that high, his strength was far above average for his realm. Most of the people at the scene grunted as though the fist was directed at themselves instead of Yang Kai. They secretly asked themselves whether they would be able to parry the attack if it was aimed at them. Most of them wouldn't be able to counter it, and all they could do was wait for death. An unfazed Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked up at Yusi. Right then, Zhu Qing's red hair flapped in the air as she shot forward and countered him with a fist. The sound of something breaking through the air was heard as Yao Si, who was still 10 meters away, grunted and flew backwards until he disappeared. Yang Kai pressed his hand against the pillar of a pergola and looked into the distance. Feeling sorry for Yao Si, he said, Why did he even bother to challenge me? Zhu Qing was a 9th-order dragon who was born with immense power, so even a half-saint might not be a match for her, let alone Yao Si, who was only in the 2nd-order emperor realm. She didn't use her full strength just now, of course, as she had only sent him flying backwards. After all, he was a great emperor's son, so if he was injured or even killed, they would have a hard time explaining themselves to Serene Soul Great Emperor. Soon, Yaoxi was seen coming back at full speed. With a dark expression, he bellowed, "You are the palace master of High Heaven Palace who is famous across the star boundary. So how could you allow a woman to protect you? Do you not have the courage to fight me? If that's the case, I am deeply disappointed in you." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "You're no match for me, so what's the point of bullying you?" Yaoxi refuted, "How are you so sure I'm no match for you when we have never fought? Don't think you're more powerful than I am just because you're a minor realm above me. I am Yaoxi. I am different from those nobodies you've come across." Yang Kai shot him a look with a weird expression. "Are you really that eager to fight? In that case, you should go to the Western Territory. You can fight there however much you want." Yaoxi snorted, "Since the two worlds' great war broke out, I have been on the front lines battling against our enemies. And more than 5 high-rank demon kings have been killed by me." He put on an arrogant expression. A high-rank demon king was equivalent to a third-order emperor realm master. Since he was able to kill a high-rank demon king, logically he would be able to do the same to a third-order emperor realm master. After that he yelled, "I'll ask you one more time. Will you fight with me?" Yang Kai replied after a sigh, "What's the point of fighting when there are no benefits? You want benefits?" A glint flashed across Yuxi's eyes as he sneered. "All right, I'll give you a benefit. If I lose today, my life will belong to you." Yang Kai stared flatly and replied, "What would I need your life for?" Ignoring him, Yaoxi went on to say, "If you lose, I don't want your life. But you have to give up the position of the army commander of the 61st Army." Upon finishing his words, he grinned meaningfully. Yang Kai's expression appeared awkward. "You want to be the army commander of the 61st Army? Fine, I'll just tell the great emperors about it and ask them to change their order." Although the great emperors valued him and wanted to compensate for his losses by appointing him to be the army commander of the 61st Army, Yang Kai really wasn't interested. He still had a lot of matters to attend to, so he didn't have the time to build an army. Even if he managed to do so, he had to lead the army to destroy the enemy and invade their territories, which would be difficult tasks for him. He would rather work under other more powerful people and just follow orders than be responsible for the lives of millions of soldiers. The position of army commander might sound glorious, but every order he gave would affect the life or death of countless people. Yaoxi snorted, "If I want anything, I'll earn it for myself. I don't need you to speak on my behalf." Yang Kai replied with a frown, "So what if you're able to defeat me? Are you sure you can persuade the great emperors to let you take on this position? It would be ridiculous if the great emperor's order could be changed so easily." "You don't have to worry about that," Yaoxi said dispassionately. Yang Kai scowled and recalled what Yaoxi had said earlier. Then he realized that this was the latter's true intention for coming to High Heaven Palace. It was indeed the truth. Yaoxi took up this task and came all the way to High Heaven Palace for 2 reasons. Firstly, he really did want to take revenge for his sister, Yao Lin. Secondly, he wanted the position of army commander of the 61st Army for himself. It wasn't that he was blinded by greed, but due to his origins, he wanted to fight for a chance to become the army commander of this particular army. Most of the 10 great emperors in the star boundary didn't have children, and for those who did, they all had daughters. Only Serene Soul Great Emperor Yao Jun had a son and a daughter. In other words, Yaoxi could be said to be the leader among the younger generation of the star boundary. As a great emperor's son, he had been doing quite well. Although he hadn't cultivated for a long time, he had already reached the second-order emperor realm, and given enough time, even if he couldn't reach the same heights as Serene Soul Great Emperor, he could become a pseudo-great emperor. If the opportunity fell upon him, he might even be able to comprehend the heavenly way and become a great emperor. So far, all the army commanders of the 54 armies were third-order emperors from the older generation. The younger generation didn't have the chance to hold any of these high positions yet. Firstly, their cultivation wasn't good enough. Secondly, they were less experienced. The position of army commander was important, so no one would comfortably entrust a young person with this position. Yaoxi wanted to be the first, and he must be the first not for himself but for Serene Soul Palace and his father, Serene Soul Great Emperor. He had been battling against the demons on the battlefield to train himself and accumulate contributions. As a result, He had been promoted several times, and he was now a deputy army commander, which was just one step away from his goal. He didn't even need another year to achieve his objective. It would just take him half a year before he would have the right to become an army commander. By then, he would have a chance to prove his worth to everyone in the star boundary. He would show them that his power did not come from his background, but rather from his own hard work. However, he hadn't expected that just when his wish was about to come true, Xianxia would return and become an army commander before he could. It wouldn't matter if Xianxia was going to become any other army commander. The crux of the matter was that he was going to lead the 61st Army, which was the beginning of the earthly branch. It wasn't easy to build an army. First of all, one had to recruit enough people. Although there were still many cultivators that hadn't been enlisted, it was hard for them to create more armies. Even if Xianxia was able to become the army commander of the next new group, which was the 55th Army, he would still be less influential than the army commander of the 61st Army. There was no room for negotiation unless he could snatch that position from Xianxia. That was why he had come all the way here to challenge Xianxia to fight with him. But before he could, he was sent flying by Zhu Qing. That was the reason he was incensed. After a nod, Xianxia said, "Does that mean that if you defeat me, the 61st Army will go to you?" "Enough nonsense. Are you going to fight with me or not?" "Good, good." Xianxia nodded repeatedly with an elated expression. Remaining on the same spot, he beckoned to Xianxia. "If you insist, this king will grant your wish. Make your move." He had decided that as soon as Xianxia made a move, he would quickly admit defeat. To him, the position of army commander of the 61st Army wasn't as important. Moreover, he didn't have the time to manage an army. If he could pass this burden to Xianxia, he would be more than willing to do so. Although Xianxia was indeed one realm lower than him, there was no doubt that he was powerful. He had grown up in Serene Soul Palace and he had been involved in the war for several years, so he was familiar with the situation on the battlefield. Hence, he was more suited to being an army commander. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and realized that Xianxia intended to give in. Nevertheless, he wouldn't mind it if he could win the battle without doing anything. It was Xianxia's choice not to resist. To Xianxia, he just wanted to defeat Xianxia. The process wasn't important. That was because he firmly believed that even if Xianxia used his full strength, the latter still wouldn't be a match for him. He was confident in himself because he was Xianxia, the son of Serene Soul Great Emperor. With that said, he still took a look at Zhu Qing, who was standing beside Xianxia. He had no regard for other people, but he was wary of this grumpy fire dragon. A smiling Xianxia said, "Qinger, please stand aside." Zhu Qing shot a glare at Xianxia before backing down without saying a word. With no more hindrance in front of him, Xianxia hesitated no more and shot forward. As his Emperor Qi undulated, he prepared his divine ability. However Xianxia would deal with him, Xianxia had decided that he would go all out from the start. Right then, he suddenly sensed someone using their divine sense to speak to Xianxia. He made an effort to take a look over and saw a woman he recognized as the head manager of High Heaven Palace, Xianxia. It wasn't certain what she had told Xianxia, but after being startled for a moment, his gaze brightened. Then, a very dangerous aura enveloped Xianxia. The next moment, a figure abruptly appeared before his eyes, their faces almost coming into contact with one another. An astounded Xianxia realized that Xianxia had used a space secret technique and quickly responded with the divine ability that he had prepared. As the son of Serene Soul Great Emperor, he had learned much from his father since young, and he was an expert in spiritual energy. His most powerful methods were actually soul secret techniques. As his divine sense rose up like a tidal wave, his very pure spiritual energy transformed into 999 miniature swords before they broke through the defense of Xianxia's divine sense and penetrated his knowledge sea. Anyone else wouldn't have dared to use such a move in such a situation. That was because this violent move could potentially kill the other party. There was no blood feud between Xianxia and him, so there was no reason for him to do so. However, since he had decided to use this move, Xianxia was confident about his control. Even though the 999 mini-swords had penetrated Xianxia's knowledge sea, he could still control them and make sure that the latter's life wouldn't be at risk. Then he put on a sneer. He knew that Yang Kai was an expert in the Tao of space, so it would be troublesome if Yang Kai decided to evade his attacks. However, Yang Kai just recklessly appeared right in front of him, so it could be said that he was far too presumptuous. After the 999 miniature swords entered Yang Kai's knowledge sea, however, the expression on Yao Xi's face changed drastically. That was because, at that instant, he realized that he had lost contact with his divine sense swords. He was so shocked that he fell into a dazed state, and just then a white lotus suddenly started blooming in front of his eyes. The world seemed to be filled with this lotus. He had fallen into the stamen of the flower and was unable to escape from it. The petals slowly folded and sealed him inside it. He realized that he wasn't able to flee no matter how hard he tried. There was nothing he could do as he watched the lotus trapping him. The world around him was pitch black now as he couldn't see anything. Even his senses had been blocked as he was engulfed in a sense of isolation. It seemed that he would be trapped in this sealed world for tens of thousands of years, possibly even forever. Right then, he felt his eyelids close and his consciousness blur, and despite his great strength, he was unable to resist the urge to sleep. A flabbergasted UC realized that he had fallen into a trap. Both shocked and exasperated, he bit his tongue in an attempt to restore his consciousness by experiencing a sharp pain. Despite the pain he felt, though, there was no taste of blood in his mouth. At that instant, he was dumbfounded. Since he couldn't taste any blood, it meant that he was not currently a physical being. Am I a soul avatar now? If he hadn't bitten his tongue, he wouldn't have realized it. The son of Serene Soul wasn't even aware that a soul secret technique had been used on him. When that thought flashed across his mind, he completely lost his composure. When the soul-warming lotus evolved in the past, Yang Kai was suddenly enlightened and obtained a secret technique. This secret technique was strange and inscrutable, making it difficult for any enemy to guard against it. Paired with Yang Kai's powerful soul cultivation, he could easily catch the enemy off guard and gain the upper hand. He called this technique Blossoming Lotus. When he used Blossoming Lotus, the budding white flower would penetrate the enemy's knowledge sea and devour their spiritual energy, using it to further bloom. Many years had passed, but Yang Kai still used this soul secret techniques frequently. Other than this and the heaven-severing slash, Yang Kai did not cultivate many other soul secret techniques. After all, he wouldn't want to be the jack of all trades and master of none. He just needed a few soul secret techniques. However, after he slept with Yu Rumeng and saw his soul cultivation surging, he realized that there had been a transformation in his Blossoming Lotus secret technique. A new soul secret technique has been developed, the Sealed Lotus. It was unlike Blossoming Lotus, and it could even be said to be an entirely different soul secret technique. When he used Blossoming Lotus, the enemy's vision would be filled with a budding flower. When the flower bloomed, it meant that the enemy's spiritual energy was leaving his body quickly. However, when Yang Kai used Sealed Lotus, the fully bloomed pure white flower would wrap the enemy's soul inside of itself. After the flower petals closed, the enemy's soul would be sealed off within the lotus and its connection with the body would be cut off. If anybody wanted to survive, move around, or even talk, his soul and body had to be united. However, Sealed Lotus was able to separate soul and body. When the connection was cut off, the body was just a living corpse without the ability to think or act. No matter how powerful a person was, he wouldn't be able to use any strength in such a situation. It was exactly the situation Yao Xi was in currently. The space around him had been sealed off, and he couldn't see any light at all. Besides that, he also lost all his senses. Before he nodded off, an idea sprang into his mind, which made him furious. Deceitful bastard. I actually fell for his trap. He couldn't be blamed for having this kind of thought. When he was about to make a move just now, Yang Kai appeared ready to admit defeat as soon as he pounced on him. Yang Kai also hinted that he was willing to give up the position of army commander of the 61st Army. However, when Yao Xi really made a move, Yang Kai revealed his true colors and played a dirty trick on him. At that instant, he was completely resentful of Yang Kai. Before coming to High Heaven Palace, he had looked for his father, Serene Soul Great Emperor, and asked him about Yang Kai's appointment as army commander of the 61st Army. He also asked the Great Emperor whether Yang Kai or he was the stronger one. The great emperor didn't even spare him a look and replied that he was no match. The unresigned Wuxia took the great emperor's order and headed to High Heaven Palace to challenge Xianxia to a fight. However, he had never expected that he would end up in such a miserable state. At this moment, he became even more unwilling. If he had a fair fight with Xianxia, it was hard to tell who would emerge as the winner. However, he hated the fact that Xianxia won the battle by using dirty tricks. Despite his resentment, though, he had no choice but to fall asleep. The battle was paved with danger for Wuxia, but it was just a short moment for the onlookers. When Wuxia shot forward earlier, Xianxia directly confronted him. After they were about to come to blows, both of them suddenly stood still, silently staring at each other. Since Wuxia was facing the crowd, they could see that the light in his eyes slowly faded away and then became hollow as he was rooted to the spot. On the other hand, Xianxia slowly turned around and heaved a sigh before clapping the other person's shoulder. It wasn't until this moment that Xianxia's afterimage, which was on his previous spot, faded. All of them stared at Xianxia with awkward expressions, Ling Tai-su asking with a frown, "Is he all right?" Wuxia's overbearing demeanor gave the others an unfavorable impression. However, there were no grudges between High Heaven Palace and Wuxia, and he was a great emperor's son, so they really didn't want to harm him. "He's fine. He's just asleep," Xianxia replied. "He's asleep." Everyone traded glances and saw the shock behind each other's gazes. Although the battle between Xianxia and Wuxia lasted only a moment, the fluctuations of divine sense that burst out from them could be clearly felt. Thinking back, they realized that it was a battle between their souls. In the end, one of them was fine while the other had fallen asleep. The one who was fine was Xianxia, and Wuxia was the one who had slumbered off. These people wouldn't be too surprised if such an incident befell any other second-order Emperor Realm Master. However, this person was the son of Serene Soul Great Emperor. Wuxia had received the Great Emperor's training since birth. He was also the leader among the younger generation. How powerful must Xianxia have been to be able to achieve such a feat so quickly and silently? They couldn't wrap their heads around it, and they wouldn't even dare to think about it. Whatever the case, most people at the scene shared the same thought as Wuxia. Earlier, Xianxia showed the intention of giving up, so why would he flare up at the last moment? They were certain that it had something to do with Hua Qingxi's secret message to Xianxia just now. After all, he only became combative after hearing whatever Hua Qingxi said. They would only find out by asking Hua Qingxi about it at a later time. He'll wake up after a stick of incense. Sister Hua, please take care of him for the time being. When he awakens, please help him realize the situation he's in. Haha. This is getting interesting. As Xianxia spoke, he chuckled and shook his head as though he could barely contain his excitement. Hua Qingxi pressed her lips together and smiled. "Don't worry, Palace Master. I'll make sure he understands everything." Xianxia nodded and cupped his fists at the people around him. "I've left for many years, so I have many things to attend to now. I'll take my leave. Seniors, I'll visit you at a later date." Before the others could say a word, Xianxia spread his arms like great wings and pulled Su Yan, Xianing Chong, Shanqing Luo, Shui Yu, and Zhu Qing towards himself. After that, he led them towards High Heaven Palace as though he was herding sheep. It was apparent that he wasn't going to attend to work. He was just going to catch up with his wives. Upon seeing this, the seniors smiled helplessly and shook their heads. Only Meng Wuya sported a face so long it was as if someone owed him a few million source crystals. The turn of events happened so quickly that Su Yan and the others were still in a dazed state. When they came to their senses, they immediately realized Xianxia's intentions. However, they were now under broad daylight and there were many seniors around, so all of their faces had reddened. They were slightly reluctant when they were pushed forward by Xianxia. After taking a few steps forward, Xianxia suddenly recalled something as he whirled around and stared at Ji Ying and the others. "Grandmaster Zhou, you wanted me to make a decision just now, right? What kind of decision do you want me to make?" Zhou Cheng was hiding behind Ji Ying, but it seemed that Xianxia had no intention of letting him off so easily. Upon hearing that, Zhou Cheng staggered and almost passed out. Fortunately, Ji Ying secretly circulated his Emperor Qi and supported his weight so that he didn't completely embarrass himself in front of so many people. Since Yang Kai had directly called out to him, it would be inappropriate if he didn't respond. So with his head lowered, Zhou Cheng replied anxiously. This Zhou made impertinent comments. Please forgive me, Palace Master Yang. When he saw Yang Kai transform into a demon and kill Li Kaishan just now, he realized that Yang Kai was no ordinary Emperor Realm Master. He really had the guts to kill, and he wouldn't care about repercussions. After that, the great emperors issued an order to clear Yang Kai and High Heaven Palace's name. They had also appointed him to be the army commander of the 61st Army. Hence, Zhou Cheng wouldn't dare to make a fuss again. The reason he could make a scene earlier was that Yang Kai was a demon. Now that Yang Kai was a hero, his previous accusations were laughable. Yang Kai shot him a look, and upon seeing that the latter appeared terrified, he said nothing. Then, he pushed his demon chi and engulfed his wives before flying towards High Heaven Peak. Inside the black cloud, Xia Ningchong could be heard exclaiming. After he left, the crowd slowly began dispersing. Before Meng Wuya left though, he snorted at Zhou Cheng and swung his sleeve. Jing frowned and remained silent for a long time before he sighed. Zhou Cheng, you should go to Seven Mist Sea. We have enough people in High Heaven Palace at the moment. I've heard that Supreme Commander Li needs more manpower. Zhou Cheng stared at him and parted his lips in an attempt to say something. Apparently, he was reluctant to go. He couldn't be blamed. Although it was considered safe in Seven Mist Sea, it was nowhere near as secure as High Heaven Palace, which was the logistics center for the entire star boundary. He had heard that sometimes the alchemists in Seven Mist Sea had to follow the armies to the battlefield. In that case, they were at risk of losing their lives. Before he could say anything, Jing said, Yang Kai is a petty man who would seek revenge for the slightest grievance he has suffered. Since you've offended him, there's no way he'll let you off. Now that he's the army commander of the 61st Army, you'll only end up being drafted if you remain here. Do you want to follow the 61st Army to battle against the enemy? If you're willing to do so, you are free to remain. Zhou Cheng's expression changed as he cupped his fists. This Zhou will heed Grandmaster Ji's advice. It was then Jiying bowed his head. Don't worry. It's pretty safe in Seven Mist Sea as well. After he finished speaking, he led the other alchemists back towards Medicine Pill Peak. At the same time, a tinge of glee flashed across his eyes. Yang Kai had ruined his Heaven and Earth Revolution's pills, but he couldn't do anything to him. However, he was free to slander Yang Kai by saying that he was a petty man who would seek revenge for the slightest grievance. Nevertheless, after the incident on this day, Zhou Cheng really couldn't stay in High Heaven Palace any longer. Should he remain here, even if Yang Kai didn't settle accounts with him, Meng Wuya wouldn't let him off. Meng Wuya's attitude before he left said it all. In just a short moment, only Yao Si, whose soul and body had been separated by the sealed lotus technique, and the head manager and second manager of High Heaven Palace were left outside the main gate. Bian Yuqing couldn't bear to see the mess outside the mountain, so after she gathered all the corpses together in one place, she brought them to a faraway place and tossed them away. When she returned, she took a look at Yuxi and asked, hasn't he awakened? Hua Qingxi replied with a smile, since the palace master has said it'll take an incense stick for him to awaken, it must be true. He should wake up soon. After a nod, Bian Yuqing looked up at the sky and narrowed her eyes. The weather is lovely today. Hua Qingxi replied, you're right. It really is lovely. Yang Kai's return to the palace, the great emperor's order, the reopening of High Heaven Palace, the appointment as army commander of the 61st Army. The series of events on this day overwhelmed all of them, but all of it was extremely good news. It wasn't just double happiness for them on this day. In fact, it was triple happiness. If they included Yuxi, then it was quadruple happiness. That was why Hua Qingxi was over the moon. Sister Hua, what did you tell Palace Master just now? Bian Yuqing asked curiously. She wasn't the only one who was curious about it. Everyone else wanted to find out, but she was the first to ask this question. Hua Qingxi replied with a smile. Two things. Bian Yuqing knitted her brows together. Hua Qingxi put on a faint smile. First of all, no matter who will be the army commander of the 61st Army, at least 20,000 disciples from High Heaven Palace will join it. Since that is the case, Palace Master should have full control over the army rather than entrusting the lives of the disciples to someone else. The disciples will be more willing to follow Palace Master to destroy the enemy than any other person. Upon hearing that, Bian Yuqing nodded in agreement. The great emperors had ordered Yang Kai to be the army commander of the 61st Army. However, he had to recruit people and prepare supplies on his own. The supplies were not an issue as they had accumulated unfathomable amounts of wealth and supplies in High Heaven Palace over the years. Nevertheless, they would have to let 20,000 disciples join the army to make sure that there were sufficient people. Rather than letting 20,000 disciples obey the orders of someone else, Yang Kai should take matters into his own hands. When they went to war with the demons on the battlefield in the future, Yang Kai would be in a position where he could take special care of the disciples from High Heaven Palace, though he should be impartial. It could be said that the first point Hua Qingxi had told Yang Kai was enough to make him take the position of army commander seriously. He wasn't interested in the position, and he didn't want to accept the order. However, despite his disinterest, he had to adapt to the current circumstances. Furthermore, Hua Qingxi had another reason to persuade him. What about the second reason? Bian Yuqing asked. The second reason was that if Wuxia was defeated by Palace Master, according to his own words, his life would belong to Palace Master. As a great emperor's son, he wouldn't go back on his word. Since Palace Master would have ownership of his life now, he could simply order Wuxia to manage the 61st Army on his behalf. It was then that Bian Yuqing understood what had happened, and she knew that Hua Qingxi was right. Wuxia had made a bet right in front of everyone. So he would never go back on his word. Since Yang Kai owned his life now, he had the right to order him to do anything. It was all right that Yang Kai wasn't willing to take on the position of army commander, as he could just order Wuxia to do the job on his behalf, and the latter would handle all the operations within the army. Yang Kai could just stay behind the scenes and do his own things. This way, his time wouldn't be wasted and his life wouldn't be disturbed. It was because Hua Qingxi had told him these 2 points that Yang Kai suddenly became enthusiastic. He thought that she was right, as he should have full control over the 61st Army. If he could also get a competent adjutant to work for him, it would be hugely beneficial. Bian Yuqing pressed her lips together and giggled. Wuxia basically came to steal a chicken but lost his rice. Hua Qingxi replied, "It's just that he underestimated our palace master." It wasn't certain how Wuxia would feel if he had heard her remark. After all, from the start, he did not dare to underestimate Yang Kai. He was a great emperor's son, and he was indeed a haughty and confident man. That was because he had the power to match his ego. However, since all the great emperors agreed to Yang Kai's appointment as the army commander of the 61st Army, it went to show that he was capable of holding that position. Hence, Wuxia had never underestimated Yang Kai. Before coming to High Heaven Palace, he had even tried to evaluate Yang Kai's power and considered that the latter could be more powerful than his own estimation. However, it only took one move before he was defeated. Could even be said that they had just rubbed shoulders before he was knocked out. At that time, Wuxia was on full alert and had gathered all his strength. So he had never expected that he would be defeated without even the chance to fight back. Hua Qingxi went on to say with a smile, "In fact, there are more benefits to be gained by defeating Wuxia. However, I didn't have the time to tell Palace Master about it in detail." Bian Yuqing asked curiously, "What are the other benefits?" Hua Qingxi's lips curved into a smile. "Think about it. If Wuxia joins the 61st Army, whether or not he is willing, he will have to manage the army well. Given his status as a great emperor's son, he has a unique advantage when it comes to recruiting people and collecting supplies. I've heard that even though the armies are united against the demons, they'll frequently argue over the distribution of rewards and manpower. Although Palace Master is strong and has some reputation, he's still a member of the younger generation, and he's closely related to many of the army commanders. When the time comes, it will be too embarrassing for Palace Master to argue with those seniors. Nevertheless, it's a different case for Wuxia. Although he's a junior as well, he comes from the noblest of backgrounds. Whenever we come across such thorny issues, we can just tell him to settle them. I'm sure he won't let the 61st Army be put at a disadvantage." She was right to say that many army commanders were closely related to Yang Kai. Those who were not close to Yang Kai didn't matter. However, people like Bing Yun and Wen Zishan were on very good terms with him. During the distribution of rewards, if when Zishan came over and said that he wanted 70% and Yang Kai would get 30%, Yang Kai would be put in a tight spot. What's more, when Zishan would totally do such a thing as he was used to acting shamelessly. When that really happened, Yang Kai would probably suffer a headache. Nevertheless, if they told UC to deal with Wen Zishan, they would get their fair share. Bian Yuqing's gaze brightened when she heard that. Sister Hua, you're really intelligent to have thought through these issues so deeply. Hua Qingxi put on a smile. I work for Palace Master, so I have to help him solve his problems. It wouldn't cost a thing to think a little more, He's waking up. While the ladies were having a chat, Yao Si, who had been rooted to the spot, finally regained consciousness. His eyes regained their light and the muscles on his face started twitching. He awakened exactly 1 incense stick worth of time after he was put to sleep. The speed at which UC awakened was quick. As soon as Hua Qingxi finished speaking, he completely came to his senses and without any hesitation he pushed his Emperor Qi wildly, forming a protective barrier around himself. At the same time, a mirror suddenly appeared and continuously swirled around him. The mirror was only palm-sized, but it was apparently a first-class defensive Emperor artifact. He still seemed to be immersed in the moment when he was having an intense battle with Yang Kai, so as soon as he awakened, he used his full strength to defend himself. Looking around, he realized that there was no one else besides the 2 ladies who were smiling at him from nearby. He frowned and recalled what had happened before he was knocked out, and in an instant his expression turned extremely dark as his back was drenched in cold sweat. His expression was bitter because he realized that he had completely lost the battle. He was drenched in a cold sweat because he knew that, in his previous state, Yang Kai could have easily killed him no matter how many lives he had. Although he was certain that Yang Kai wouldn't kill him, he still felt as though he had escaped from death's door. After coming to his senses, he withdrew his Emperor Qi and stored his defensive mirror. Then he shot a glare at Hua Qingxi and asked, "Where is he?" He didn't care about the others as his target was only Yang Kai. Hua Qingxi took a few steps forward and saluted him. High Heaven Palace Head Manager Hua Qingxi greets Adjutant Yao. Adjutant Yao? What are you talking about? Despite facing an alluring lady like Hua Qingxi, Yao Si remained cold and indifferent, as he had no regard for her at all. Hua Qingxi maintained a gentle smile as she explained, Adjutant Yao, have you forgotten that before challenging our palace master you made a certain bet? Yao Si froze as the corner of his mouth twitched. I indeed made a bet with that deceitful man. If I lost, my life would belong to him. He can end my life if he wants to. He still thought that Yang Kai had been pretending to give in to get him to lower his guard before suddenly using a divine ability on him. This kind of man could only be described as deceitful. However, he could not deny the fact that Yang Kai's soul cultivation was indeed beyond his imagination. Hua Qingxi kept a faint smile on her face as she continued. Our palace master has said that he will not end your life. However, since you've made a bet, you can't go back on your word. Otherwise, if word gets out, the reputation of Serene Soul Palace will be tarnished. On the other hand, if we just agree to forget this matter, it will appear as if we are disdaining Adjutant Yao. This is such a thorny issue. Upon finishing her words, she shook her head as her hair flapped in the air. It was as though she really found the issue difficult to deal with. Yao Si snorted. He doesn't want my life, but wants me to keep my promise. Stop beating around the bush. What benefits does he want? Hua Qingxi said, what benefits could we possibly want? Although High Heaven Palace isn't comparable to a great emperor's sect, our heritage is still quite profound. We're able to obtain almost anything in this world that we desire. So Palace Master has never thought of reaping material gains from Adjutant Yao. I'll give you 10 breaths time to make yourself clear. Otherwise, I'll leave. Yao Si had no time to listen to her droning on. It was Yang Kai who didn't want the reward, not that he didn't want to keep his word. Hence, he wouldn't feel any pressure if he walked away. Hua Qingxi quickly nodded. Palace Master has said that he wants you to manage the 61st Army on his behalf and that plenary power will be given to you to make most decisions. When Yao Si heard this, his narrowed eyes suddenly widened as he said in a grim voice, Is that why you've been calling me Adjutant Yao? Hua Qingxi flashed a smile at him. Since you will be managing the army on Palace Master's behalf, naturally you deserve the title of adjutant. He wants me to work under him? Yao Xi's voice sounded furious. Beneath 1, above 10 million. Hua Qingxi looked sincerely at him as she was trying to coax him into agreeing. In your dreams. Yao Xi was enraged. It was already embarrassing enough for him to have lost the battle, but Yang Kai even wanted him to be his subordinate, which was intolerable. Currently, he was a deputy army commander, so he was also working under an army commander. However, it was an appointment ordered by Li Wuyi, so he couldn't refuse. Nevertheless, he would rather die than become Yang Kai's subordinate. Upon hearing this, Hua Qingxi remained perfectly calm, the same smile never leaving her face. Since that's the case, we'll just forget the whole matter. Palace Master has said that he will not force you to do anything you hate. Sir Yao, you can go back now. The reply surprised Yao Xi as he fell into a dazed state and stared at Hua Qingxi for a long time. Upon making sure that she wasn't just spouting nonsense, he snorted and turned around before flying towards the space array. He was swift as he soon disappeared from their sight. Bian Yuqing parted her lips, but before she could say a word, Hua Qingxi quickly raised her hand. Seeing this, Bian Yuqing immediately kept her mouth shut. 10 breaths later, Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing were still waiting patiently. Half a cup of tea's time later, the ladies were still waiting at the same spot. 1 hour later, just when Bian Yuqing's patience was running out, a person was seen coming over rapidly. When the person came near and revealed his face, the ladies realized that he was none other than Yao Xi. Seeing that he really returned, Bian Yuqing was finally able to set her mind at ease. At the same time, she shot an admiring look at Hua Qingxi. With his hands behind his back, Yao Xi let his clothes sway with the wind. Suppressing his fury and frustration, he tried his hardest to say in a calm voice, "I'll take on the position as adjutant. Tell him that I'll come to High Heaven Palace and assume my post in 3 days. Adjutant Yao, with you in charge, I'm sure the 61st Army will grow to be a formidable force that the demons will tremble in fear of." Hua Qingxi put on a smile and saluted him in an elegant manner. Humph! With his fury burning him from the inside out, Yao Xi turned around and flew away. This time he really left. After he was out of sight, Hua Qingxi patted her own plump bosom and let out a long breath. Over the past hour, she had more than once thought that she had misjudged the situation. Fortunately, Yu Si didn't go back on his word. Sister Hua, were you sure he would come back? Bian Yuqing asked. Hua Qingxi forced a smile. I wasn't. However, I think that even if he doesn't care about his own reputation, he can't possibly embarrass the Serene Soul Palace and Serene Soul Great Emperor. He has to take his sect and the Great Emperor into consideration. She hadn't come into contact with Yao Xi much, but judging from what she had seen of his behavior today, it was apparent that he wasn't a pedantic person who stuck strictly to the rules. He was probably someone who would do anything to obtain victory as long as his tactics were not immoral. It wouldn't be surprising if someone like him would go back on his word. However, just like what Hua Qingxi had said, even if Yu Si didn't care about his own reputation, he had to protect the reputation of the Great Emperor and Serene Soul Palace, which was why he had to come back. Before the 61st Army was even built, they had recruited a powerful adjutant who came from a noble background. Even if Yu Si wasn't capable of management, he would still be able to increase the overall power of the army, which was a good thing. 3 days, Hua Qingxi turned to look at High Heaven Palace as though she was able to see through the seal of the array and glimpse what was going on in the palace. With her face reddening, she said hesitantly, I'm not even sure if that will be enough time. What do you mean there isn't enough time? Bian Yuqing was puzzled. Hua Qingxi's face turned scarlet as she replied in a small voice. Second manager. Haven't you heard of the saying that absence makes the heart grow fonder? Palace Master left for several years, and just now, Bian Yuqing finally understood what Hua Qingxi was talking about as she turned to look at High Heaven Palace and giggled with her mouth covered. With a solemn expression, Hua Qingxi decided to stop talking about this topic, and then she said, whatever the case, we have to get started quickly. The 61st Army has just been founded, and Palace Master has become the army commander. All of us from High Heaven Palace must give him our utmost support. We'll start with organizing the 20,000 disciples from the sect. As for recruiting others outside the sect, there's no rush. Second manager, will you please go over to the branch in the Southern Territory and enlist those who are in the Origin King realm and above? I'll handle those in the main sect. We have to get everything ready in 3 days. Good. Bian Yuqing replied in agreement. Both of them had worked together for many years, so they could tacitly understand one another. After they divided up the work, they parted ways to carry out their own tasks. In the past, the great emperors had ordered them to seal off High Heaven Palace. Besides the main sect in the Northern Territory, their branch in the Southern Territory had also been sealed off. At this moment, those in the Southern Territory were still not aware that the great emperors had lifted the sanctions against Yang Kai and the sect. When Bian Yuqing went over and told them about it, everyone in the Southern Territory branch was over the moon. Upon hearing that the 61st Army had been established, and Yang Kai would be the army commander, all the disciples who were in the Origin King realm and above applied to join the army. 99% of the disciples of High Heaven Palace were brought over by Yang Kai from Hung Luo Star Field, with the largest number being from High Heaven Sect on Shadowed Star. There were also those who had been selected from different cultivation stars in Hung Luo Star Field. Regardless, all of them were cultivators with excellent aptitudes. It had been quite some time since these people arrived at the star boundary, so all of them saw significant increases in their cultivations. Presently, there were 30,000 to 40,000 Origin Kings. Many Dao Source Realm Masters had recently emerged as well. There were only a small number of Emperor Realm Masters, but it was enough to build the frame of the army. As long as the frame was prepared, they would have an easy time recruiting more people. While those from both the main and branch sect were swamped with work, the atmosphere on High Heaven Peak was amorous, to say the least. The room was filled with a sense of decadence as clothes had been scattered everywhere on the floor. On a giant bed, a few naked figures were entangled with one another as the sound of slapping flesh and sultry moans could continuously be heard. Xia Ning Chang's veil had long ago been tossed aside, revealing her breathtakingly beautiful face. While Su Yan's hair flapped in the air, Shan Qing Luo lay nearby drenched in sweat. Shui Yu had already fallen apart as she leaned against the bed and panted heavily. Her body was twitching uncontrollably. On the bed, only Zhu Qing was still trying her hardest to persevere. As two people became one, she could be heard moaning incessantly. Unlike the other ladies, it was the first time Zhu Qing had shared her husband with so many women around. Initially, she wasn't willing to join them as it was too embarrassing for her, but after she dawdled for some time, Shan Qing Luo directly tore her clothes apart as Yang Kai caught her with his evil claws. In an instant, her determination not to join disintegrated. The first time she encountered Yang Kai, Zhu Qing had fallen prey to his draconic nature. While she was in a dazed state, Yang Kai took advantage of her wantonly. After so many years and growing so much closer, now that she was in this kind of situation, there was no way she could resist the temptation. In the end, she could only give in to Yang Kai. She and her sisters had all entered the battle together, but Zhu Qing was the only one who had persevered until now. After all, she was a member of the Dragon Clan, so Su Yan and the others were not comparable to her in terms of physical strength. Most of them had already collapsed from exhaustion on the bed, while a charming Shan Qing Luo gently clenched her teeth and muttered to Su Yan in a small voice, "Damn it, why is this woman still so energetic?" Su Yan didn't even have the strength to move a finger, so she was unable to reply to her. Nevertheless, she still made the effort to shake her head slowly. Shan Qing Luo hoisted herself and knelt on the bed before crawling toward those two who were deeply immersed in the moment. Her hair hung loose on her waist and backside, and the arch of her back as she crawled forward was the epitome of seduction. While engaging in an intense congress, Yang Kai noticed the approaching panther and stared at Shan Qing Luo with widened eyes. Noticing his stare, Shan Qing Luo lifted her head and flashed an alluring smile at him. Then, she slid up behind Zhu Qing and wrapped her arms around the latter's body. Following that, her slender and jade-like fingers began wandering across Zhu Qing's bountiful figure. Zhu Qing shuddered as though she had been terrified. She turned around with difficulty, only to see Shan Qing Luo flashing a wicked smile at her. Upon licking her red lips, Shan Qing Luo lowered herself and began kissing Zhu Qing's chest and stomach. Seeing that, Zhu Qing was horrified. Usually, she was overbearing in front of Shan Qing Luo, but at this moment she seemed to be pleading with the latter. Certainly, Shan Qing Luo wouldn't let her off. She had always been displeased with this female dragon and had suffered several setbacks when dealing with her in the past. Unfortunately, she wasn't as powerful as Zhu Qing, so she was unable to fight back. Hence, this was the perfect opportunity for her to get her revenge. All of a sudden, the pitch of Zhu Qing's moans increased noticeably. She might have been mistaken as wailing, but that wasn't the case. At that instant, the aura of decadence in the room thickened. To the side, Xianxia, who was about to nod off, widened her eyes suddenly, dumbfounded by what she was witnessing. Su Yan quickly covered her eyes with one hand. The group of 6 carried out their conjugal rituals several times more, completely losing track of the time, as if this room had become a separate, sealed world. A long time later, Yang Kai awakened from his dream. Given his cultivation, he didn't need to sleep at all unless he was severely injured. However, after he came home, being surrounded by all his wives, he couldn't help pouring every last bit of his love and energy into them. With his mind at ease, he unknowingly fell asleep. At this moment, Xianxia was napping in his left arm while Su Yan occupied his right. Shanqing Luo directly rested on his body as he caught a whiff of the fragrance wafting from her hair. He could feel 2 heads resting on his thighs as well, and without the need to take a look, he knew that they were Shuiyu and Zhu Qing. However, he wasn't sure who was on his left and who was on his right. Shanqing Luo's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes only to meet Yang Kai's bright gaze. With a faint smile, the beguiling demon queen asked, "You're awake?" Yang Kai nodded. "Are you satisfied?" He shook his head. He could never get enough when it came to such activities. For all his life, he would never get sick of seeing their beautiful faces and bodies. Shanqing Luo burst into laughter. "All of us can't take any more." Upon finishing her words, she lowered herself and landed a peck on his lips. With her hands pressing against the man's chest, she supported herself up. For some reason, she could be seen scowling as though she was in pain. Seeing that, Yang Kai grinned and laughed in silence while Shanqing Luo shot him a glare. After she sat up with difficulty, she knelt on the bed and took a look at the other ladies as she sighed, "Stop pretending. It isn't the first time we've all done this together. Wake up." None of them was an ordinary woman. So although Shanqing Luo's movements and voice were light just now, it wasn't possible that the others weren't alerted. However, at this moment, they all kept sleeping soundly, none of them opening their eyes. Unlike the others, Shanqing Luo didn't find what they just did embarrassing in the slightest, but the rest couldn't help feeling awkward after they regained their senses. This was not the first time this happened, so she was already used to it. In fact, things were getting better as all of the sisters became familiar with each other, so she stopped minding it at all. The crux of the problem was that Zhu Qing was around this time. Seeing as the other ladies did not respond to her, Shanqing Luo sneered and lifted her hand before spanking Xia Ningchang's firm backside, causing a wave of ripples on her flesh. "Ningchang, if you don't get up, our husband won't be able to hold it in anymore. Will you be able to take responsibility?" Xianxia immediately opened her eyes. Not because she was shocked by what Shanqing Luo had said, but because Yang Kai's hands had indeed started wandering around her body. When their eyes met, she flashed an apologetic smile at Yang Kai and landed a kiss on his cheek. Then, she struggled out of his embrace and crawled towards the edge of the bed. "Big sister, Shuiyu and you too." Shanqing Luo called out to them one by one. After all of them heard their names, they got up with reddened faces. A moment later, the sounds of putting on clothes were heard in the room. The sight before Yang Kai's was pleasing to the eyes. Lying on the bed, he looked smilingly at every one of them as he felt extremely happy in his heart. After putting on their clothes, the ladies helped each other comb their hair and tidy their appearances. When they were finally presentable again, they turned around, only to see Yang Kai still nonchalantly lying on the bed. Su Yan sighed helplessly, "Help him up." The ladies separated into 2 rows and served Yang Kai by cleaning and dressing him. Inside the main conference hall of High Heaven Palace, Yao Si was seated on a chair with a livid expression. Seated at another table, Hua Qingxi flashed a fawning smile at him. On the table, there were several jade slips which contained the information about names, gender, and cultivation of the 20,000 disciples of High Heaven Palace who had been selected to join the 61st Army. The tea on the table was no longer hot, so Hua Qingxi gave a hint with her eyes, after which a maidservant came in from outside and replaced Yu Si's cup with a new one. The same thing had happened many times. "Adjutant Yao, please have some tea. Palace Master will be here shortly." Hua Qingxi forced a smile. Yao Si turned his head and gave her a grim look. You told me the same thing 4 days ago. He couldn't be blamed for sporting a dark expression. He returned to High Heaven Palace after 3 days as promised, ready to discuss the building of the 61st Army with Yang Kai. However, he hadn't expected that the person serving him would still be Hua Qingxi, not Yang Kai. This kind of formality didn't really matter to him. Although he was displeased, he did not really mind it. However, he had waited in this place for 4 days now, but Yang Kai was still nowhere to be seen. His patience was about to run out as he had drunk countless cups of tea served by the maidservants of High Heaven Palace. If it wasn't because Hua Qingxi had been keeping him company with a respectful attitude, he would have thought that Yang Kai was just messing with him. On the other hand, Hua Qingxi was extremely embarrassed. She knew what Yang Kai had been doing for the past few days, but she couldn't possibly tell an outsider about it. Moreover, it was inappropriate for her to disturb Yang Kai at this point, which was why she felt frustrated. Yang Kai was perfect in every way except that he was too unrestrained, especially when it came to his wives. Every time he returned, he wouldn't leave his room for several days at least. Previously, she already thought that there wouldn't be enough time when Yao Si said that he would return in 3 days. Now, it seemed that she was right. She had spent a lot of effort making Yao Si join the 61st Army, so she did not want to let him go. If he decided to leave, it would be a huge loss for both Yang Kai and the 61st Army. Yang Kai had always been an arm-flinging shopkeeper, so as the head manager of High Heaven Palace, she had to settle all the issues for him. Why don't you take another look at the information about the disciples? When the 61st Army is built, Adjutant Yu will have to assign positions to the most suitable people. Yao Si replied coldly, there's no need for that. I've memorized all the information about the cultivators who are in the Dao Source Realm and above. Then, Hua Qingxi was flustered as she had run out of ideas on how to stall for time. She had already reached her limit by holding Yao Si up for 4 days. As she saw it, if Yang Kai still wouldn't show up today, Yao Si would really leave. As expected, Yao Si snorted, I'll just wait for another 4 hours. If Yang Kai doesn't show up within that time, the bet will be forfeited. He then put on a grin. It's not that I don't keep my promises. It's that deceitful man who doesn't show me any respect at all. Given his power and family background, whatever army he wanted to join, the army commander would wholeheartedly welcome him. However, he had been staying in Yang Kai's place for 4 days now without even meeting the man himself. He was already reluctant to work under Yang Kai, and the only reason he even agreed in the first place was to protect the reputation of Serene Soul Palace and Serene Soul Great Emperor. Now that there was an excuse for him to back out, Yao Si would certainly want to seize the chance. Just then, a voice was suddenly heard saying, Who are you calling a deceitful man? Just where is this man you speak of? Upon hearing this voice, Hua Qingxi was elated as she turned to look out of the hall. When the first word was heard, Yang Kai was still several dozen meters away from the hall, but when he said the last word, he was already stepping through the entrance in a confident manner with a noticeable spring in his step. He was followed by Bian Yuqing, who had been waiting outside High Heaven Peak for the past few days. As soon as Yang Kai was done with his affairs, she reported to him about Yao Si. Hence, even though Yang Kai had only left High Heaven Peak, he was already aware of what had been going on in the hall. Adjutant Yao. That's a pretty nice title for him. He could always rest assured when Hua Qingxi was in charge. Palace Master. Hua Qingxi rose from the chair and saluted him as she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, she was able to set her mind at ease. Yang Kai waved his hand to motion for her not to be overly formal. Then, he stared at Yao Si, who ignored him and snorted. He didn't even intend to get up from his chair. As a magnanimous man, Yang Kai didn't want to fuss over such a minor issue. Thus, he walked up to the head seat and sat down in an elegant manner. After serving tea to Yang Kai, the maidservant respectfully withdrew. Yang Kai picked up the teacup and took a sip before arching his brow, apparently surprised. Then, he started slurping the tea. Hua Qingxi parted her lips in an attempt to say something, but after Yang Kai gave her a hint with his eyes, she immediately kept her mouth shut. Both Yang Kai and Yao Si remained silent. At this moment, only the sound of Yang Kai sipping the tea could be heard in the hall. A long time later, Yao Si stared coldly at Yang Kai for a while before speaking. Palace Master Yang, head manager. Yang Kai looked up at Hua Qingxi as he fiddled with his teacup. What's the name of this tea? Palace Master. Are you not used to the taste? Hua Qingxi didn't know what was on his mind. Since he had asked a question, she could only answer it. It's not bad. Where did you buy it from? Yang Kai put on a smile. Hua Qingxi replied with a smile. We didn't buy it. It's actually grown in High Heaven Palace. Previously, there were already some exotic tea trees on Emerald Jade Peak. Apparently, some people from Seeking Passion sect had planted them there. Madame Ning Chong grew quite fond of them, so she's decided to nurture them. She has also personally prepared the tea leaves that have been collected. Ning Chong produced it personally? Yang Kai was surprised. Hua Qingxi nodded and replied, Yes. Madam has said that it can be used to serve guests. Don't serve the guests with this tea anymore. Yang Kai felt heartbroken. Send all the remaining tea leaves to High Heaven Peak. Serve the guests with other kinds of tea in the future. Upon finishing his words, he took a look at Yuxi's teacup and wondered how much of the tea the latter had consumed. He felt so heartbroken that the muscles on his face started twitching. Yes, Hua Qingxi hung her head low and replied. Yao Si was enraged as he had been waiting in this place for 4 days before Yang Kai showed up. Now, Yang Kai didn't even seem willing to let him drink tea. Infuriated, he picked up the cup and gulped down the tea. Then, he slammed the cup on the table with a loud thud before saying again, Palace Master Yang. By the way, has anything major happened over the past few years while I wasn't around? Yang Kai seemed determined to not let Yao Si get a word in, so he would cut him off whenever the latter spoke. Hua Qingxi replied obediently, Palace Master, after you left, the great emperors ordered us to seal off High Heaven Palace and we were not allowed to come into contact with the outside world. We're only responsible for refining pills and artifacts, so nothing major has happened. That's a relief. Yang Kai nodded. It's wonderful news that nothing serious has happened. Palace Master Yang, Yao Si said through clenched teeth. Yang Kai was still staring at Hua Qingxi. As soon as he parted his lips, Yao Si stood up straight and landed a palm on the table. In an instant, the table and the jade slips that contained the information about 20,000 disciples exploded and turned into dust. Yang Kai, Yao Si said slowly and clearly as the veins on his forehead bobbed. A shocked Yang Kai turned to look at him. Brother Yao, why are you so mad? Is there anything you're displeased with? He then turned to look at Hua Qingxi, head manager. Since Brother Yao is here, you should properly serve him. Have you all neglected him in any way? Look how incensed Brother Yao is now. This is highly improper. Not knowing how to reply to him, Hua Qingxi simply lowered her head. If she were Yao Si, she would have sported a dark expression as well. Nevertheless, she didn't understand why Yang Kai was acting the way he was now. He could be forgiven for not showing up in the past 4 days as he had been intimate with his wives after a long period of separation. However, it was not right of him to keep ignoring Yao Si right now. Is he trying to demonstrate his authority in front of Yao Si? That isn't necessary. Seeing Yang Kai acting dumb, Yao Si was so exasperated that he started laughing. Good. Yang Kai, we made a bet 7 days ago, and I lost it, so there's nothing else I can say. You want me to become the adjutant of the 61st Army? Good, I've come as promised. I've also put up with the fact that you kept me waiting for 4 whole days. However, if you're still showing me this kind of attitude, don't blame me for going back on my word. An amazed Yang Kai asked, Brother Yao, you mean you're here to take up the position of adjutant of the 61st Army? Yao Si frowned and subconsciously took a look at Hua Qingxi, thinking that she made the decision on her own without informing Yang Kai. So he asked, Are you not aware of it? Yang Kai replied with a smile. Head manager informed me about it. So why would I be unaware of it? Yao Si bellowed. Since you're aware of it, why did you intentionally ask such a question? Yang Kai pointed at his own nose. Brother Yao, do you know what position I hold now? In a cold voice, Yao Si said, The great emperors have ordered that you, Palace Master of High Heaven Palace, be appointed the army commander of the 61st Army. Those from 7 Mist Sea had informed all the armies about it. Yang Kai nodded. And you're here to take on the position of adjutant, while this king is the army commander of the 61st Army. After he finished speaking, The smile on his face faded as he straightened his back. As his high-rank Demon King's pressure flared, his figure seemed to have grown larger, and he said in a grim voice, "Since you're aware of these two facts, have you ever regarded yourself as part of the 61st Army? Since you've not even realized your position and my own, why should I even bother to speak with you?" All of a sudden, realization dawned upon Xianxia, whose head remained lowered. It was no wonder that Yang Kai kept ignoring Wuxia by changing the topics. It was because of Wuxia's attitude. What Yang Kai had said was justified. The fact that Wuxia was joining the 61st Army was hugely beneficial to them. However, if he didn't regard himself as part of the 61st Army or acknowledge Yang Kai as his superior officer, he wouldn't act in the Army's best interest. Yang Kai had indeed intended to demonstrate his authority, but he didn't do it to strengthen his prestige or to humiliate Wuxia. This was simply a matter of maintaining discipline and order. Wuxia yelled, "If I didn't regard myself as part of the 61st Army, I wouldn't have stayed here and let you humiliate me." Yang Kai shook his head. "No one is humiliating you. At this moment, you're speaking to me as the son of a great emperor, not as the 61st Army's adjutant that you claim to be. If you don't even understand that much, just go back to where you're from. The 61st Army doesn't need you." Wuxia's brow twitched when he heard that as his emperor chi surged and swept across the hall. His aura became extremely dangerous. He was completely incensed as he felt that he had been disdained. Xianxia had told him that it was Yang Kai who wanted him to take on the adjutant position of the 61st Army, which was why he agreed to it despite his reluctance. He was well prepared when he came over to discuss building the army with Yang Kai, but he had never expected that he would receive this kind of treatment. "Go back to where I came from? Where else can I go?" Originally, he was the deputy army commander of another army. Some days ago, he had returned to 7 Miss C to resign from his post and spent some time handing over his job to a successor. Now, everyone in 7 Miss C knew that he was going to become the adjutant of the 61st Army, and many had congratulated him. Although a deputy army commander was an authoritative position as well, an adjutant only worked under one person while being able to rule over millions of others. It could be said to be a promotion. However, at this moment, Yang Kai told him to go back to where he came from. If he really did that, he couldn't possibly say that he had been chased out by the army commander of the 61st Army when he was asked why he had returned. Besides him, Serene Soul Palace and Serene Soul Great Emperor couldn't bear this kind of humiliation either. 7 days ago, he still had a choice, but at this moment, there was no turning back. It wasn't that he had cut off his own way out, it was just that he had never expected that Yang Kai would treat him in such a way. Yang Kai still seemed eager to recruit a capable person like him previously, but presently he seemed ready to discard him. Can he even be considered human? Wuxia felt that he had been made a fool of. However, there was no turning back for him, so regardless of the fact that he was infuriated, he didn't flare up. In a cold voice, he questioned, "What do you want?" With a calm expression, Yang Kai said impassively, "I want nothing. I just hope that you'll realize your identity and the stance you're supposed to take now." Wuxia closed his eyes as he took a deep breath and let it out. As he breathed, the airflow in the hall seemed to have become turbulent. Xianxia and Bian Yuqing were extremely nervous, as they were worried that the two men would get into a fight. They were not worried that Yang Kai would be harmed, but if they really confronted each other, the 61st Army would lose a competent adjutant like Wuxia. Fortunately, although Wuxia was arrogant, he was pretty flexible as he didn't need anyone to tell him when he should flare up and when he should hold back. When he opened his eyes a moment later, he cupped his fists at Yang Kai and slightly looked away before saying, "Wuxia, greet Sir Army Commander." He said those words slowly through clenched teeth, and his voice was filled with grievance and bitterness. Upon hearing this, Yang Kai guffawed and abruptly appeared in front of Wuxia. After taking the other man's arm, he said passionately, "Adjutant Yao, it was very polite of you to salute me. From now on, we're one family, so we should help and take care of each other. You don't have to be overly formal with me." His attitude had changed so abruptly that if anyone who had no idea what had happened just now saw this, they would have thought that Yang Kai and Wuxia were on very good terms. On the side, Xianxia shook her head and smiled helplessly. It was then she realized Yang Kai's intention. He had emphasized identity and stance twice, just to get Yao Si to call him sir. After all, it was inappropriate that Yao Si kept calling Yang Kai Palace Master Yang. It wouldn't have mattered in the past, but things were different now. Yang Kai was the army commander of the 61st Army, while Yao Si was his adjutant, which meant that the latter was Yang Kai's subordinate. There were strict rules to obey in the military, so Yao Si had to call Yang Kai sir. Only by doing so could it suggest that Yao Si had really regarded himself as part of the 61st Army, and that he had realized his identity and the stance he was supposed to take. At this moment, he was no longer the haughty and aloof great emperor's son. That was the reason behind Yang Kai's change in attitude. With his arm grabbed by Yang Kai, Yao Si felt his face twitching and his eyes seemed fiery. Seemingly oblivious to all this, Yang Kai said to Hua Qingxi, "Bring some wine over. The 61st Army is lucky to have Adjutant Yao with us. We should toast to his arrival." Before Hua Qingxi could even reply, Yao Si bellowed, "I dare any of you to bring wine over." He wasn't in the mood to drink as he was still incensed. Even if he wanted to drink, he wouldn't do it with Yang Kai. He was willing to call Yang Kai sir because of the great emperor's order. However, even though Yang Kai was the army commander, he had no right to interfere in his private affairs. Hua Qingxi was about to get some wine when she heard that. Feeling helpless, she turned to look at Yang Kai with an inquisitive gaze. Yang Kai said with a smile, "Adjutant Yao, since you don't want to drink, we'll forget it. Why don't we sit down and have a chat? Our army will have to rely on you from now on. Although we've known each other for a long time, we're not familiar with one another yet. It's the right time." "Sir." Yao Si swung his hand away and put on a cold expression. "I'm not here to drink with you or have a chat with you. If that's what you want to do, you'd best find someone else. I have no time for that." His expression was dark when he called Yang Kai sir, for the first time as he appeared reluctant. But he was slowly getting used to it now. After Yang Kai's hand was swung away, he balled up his fist and coughed into it. With a solemn expression, he nodded. "The great emperors have ordered this king to build the 61st Army. While I thank them for their trust, it's also a responsibility as well as a burden to me. This king can understand that the great emperors have high hopes for me, so I wouldn't dare to disappoint them. The fact that you've joined our army is of great help to us. The war in the Western Territory is a pressing issue and time waits for no man. Since you're here, why don't we discuss our next move in detail?" Yao Si's whole body shivered while Yang Kai took a seat, and he had to take several deep breaths to suppress his anger before sitting down as well. Hua Qingxi secretly gave the order, after which a maidservant came over and put down new cups of tea. Nevertheless, it was no longer the tea that was served earlier. The head manager had always been meticulous when executing Yang Kai's orders. Since he wanted the tea leaves prepared by Xianxia to be sent to High Heaven Peak, she would execute the order without delay. "Sir, I know that you have been in the demon realm over the past few years, so you probably know little about what has been going on in the star boundary. Do you know how the armies are established and structured?" Yao Si got straight to the point after taking a seat. Since they were discussing serious issues now, Yang Kai put on a solemn expression and replied, "I know a little about it. Essentially, we've imitated the demon realm and built 54 armies. In every army, there's an army commander who presides over divisions. There are 10 division commanders in every army, and there are 10 brigades under every division. There are also 10 brigade commanders for each division, and under every brigade there are 10 battalions. Under every battalion there are 10 teams. It's an extremely formal structure." Seeing as he wasn't completely ignorant, Yao Si gently nodded. "Palace mast, sir, is correct. This is how an army is structured. There are some slight differences between each army, but they follow the same general pattern. Do you know who is qualified to be the division commanders and brigade commanders?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. "Doesn't it depend on their cultivation?" Yao Si replied, "We take cultivation into consideration initially, but later on, the deciding factor is military merits." "Military merits?" Yang Kai arched his brow. Yao Si nodded. "With enough military merits, a person can go from a common soldier to a general and even a commander. However, if the person doesn't contribute anything, he can also drop from a commander to a general and even a soldier. Upon finishing his words, he put on an arrogant expression. Initially, Xianxia didn't understand why Wuxia appeared haughty, but he soon realized the reason behind it. With a faint smile, he said, "I've heard that Adjutant Yao previously held the post of Deputy Army Commander. I'm curious what your position was when you first joined." "I was just a Deputy Division Commander." As though Xianxia had just hit the nail on the head, Yao Si appeared even more conceited, and there was a tinge of pride behind his gaze. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master as well as a great Emperor's son, so it was reasonable that he got the position of Deputy Division Commander after he joined the military. Over the years, he had earned many military merits and was steadily promoted from Deputy Division Commander to a Division Commander and then to Deputy Army Commander. It could be said that he had been smoothly climbing up the ranks. Impressive, Xianxia complimented him. It wouldn't cost a thing to praise someone, and since Yao Si loved to hear it, he would just say that to him. Nevertheless, Yao Si wasn't willing to dwell on this topic as his expression turned serious again. "In any case, Sir is correct. All of us began with no military merits when the armies were initially formed. We were assigned roles based on our cultivation. Nevertheless, only Emperor Realm Masters can become brigade commanders and division commanders. The higher a person's cultivation, the better. The person who can take on the position of battalion commander has to be in the Dao source realm at the very least. As for a team leader, the requirement is lower as the person would only need to be a third-order origin king." Xianxia nodded. "Adjutant Yao is experienced in this, so I will defer to your expertise." Yao Si felt pleased upon hearing that. Then he gave him a look. "The problem is, we don't have enough people in the 61st Army to take up the positions of division commanders and deputy division commanders." Xianxia arched his brow. "Meaning we don't have enough Emperor Realm Masters." "That is correct. In High Heaven Palace, including Sir, there are 14 Emperor Realm Masters in total, but almost all are first order. Given their cultivation, they can only become brigade commanders. There's no way they can take on higher positions." 14 people? Who are they?" Xianxia asked curiously. He didn't even know that there were 14 emperors in High Heaven Palace. Yao Si directly said, "Zhu Qing, Su Yan, Hua Qing Si, Bianyu Qing, Gu A Zhu, Aio, Chiyu, Chai Hu, Gut Song Yun, Yi Hen, Wan Bai Ting, Nam Men De Jun, Ho Yu, and including yourself, there are 14 in total." Xianxia turned to look at Hua Qing Si, who nodded gently to mean that Yao Si was right. The reason Yao Si was aware of all this was that she had prepared the information for him. "There are already 14 Emperor Realm Masters." Xianxia chuckled. Yi Hen was the former sect master of Thousand Leaves sect as well as Yi Jinghan's father. He had already reached the Emperor realm a few years ago. Su Yan had also achieved a breakthrough in recent years. On the other hand, Ruan Baiting was Su Yan's master from Red Cloud's sect in the ancestral domain, and her aptitude was extraordinary. When Xianxia brought her over from ancestral domain, she was already a third-order Dao source realm. Due to the limitations of world principles, she couldn't achieve a breakthrough, but after coming to High Heaven Palace, and without the previous limitations, she was able to ascend to a new realm with ease. "There are only 12 people." Seeing as Xianxia appeared proud, Yao Si quickly hit him with a harsh truth: Nam En De Jun and Ho Yu are not included. Unless absolutely necessary, they should be kept off the battlefield. One of them was an Emperor Array Master and the other was an Emperor Artifact Refiner. Both of them were incredible talents, so no one would let them battle against the demons. 12 people. Good, very good. Xianxia appeared elated. He recalled that when he came to the star boundary for the first time, he was shocked to realize there were Emperor Realm Masters in this world. Nevertheless, only several dozen years had passed, and there were already more than 10 Emperor Realm Masters in High Heaven Palace, a sect he had founded. Furthermore, those people only ascended to a new realm after joining his sect, which showcased that as a leading sect, they did have incredible heritage. All of this had happened in just several dozen years. In a few hundred years, or 1,000 years, their achievements would be unimaginable. With such accomplishments, they could live up to their name as a top sect. That was the reason Xianxia was laughing joyfully. After he calmed down, he said, "With so many Emperor Realm Masters around, we don't have to worry that there are not enough people to take up the positions of brigade commanders." Yao Si sneered. Sir, do you intend to assign all the positions of brigade commanders to your own people in High Heaven Palace? What's wrong with that? Xianxia asked. Yao Si explained. There wouldn't be a problem if there were enough people in High Heaven Palace to prop up the entire 61st Army. However, that isn't the case now, so we have to recruit people from outside. In that case, we need to give the suitable positions to the right people. If all the brigade commanders are from High Heaven Palace, no First Order Emperor Realm Masters will be willing to join us. Aren't there deputy brigade commander positions? Xianxia smiled. Moreover, there are defenders under brigade commanders. We can assign the positions of left defenders to those First Order Emperor Realm Masters. On his way back some time ago, he had come across Han Zhengqing, who was a left defender as well as a First Order Emperor Realm Master, but that was the structure in the 53rd Army. The army was overflowing with talented people, so they had let Emperor Realm Masters become left defenders. There was no way the 61st Army was no match for them. However, Yao Si shook his head. You're not wrong, but it's still inappropriate. By doing so, you'll give off the impression to the outsiders that the 61st Army belongs to High Heaven Palace. The 61st Army does belong to High Heaven Palace. Xianxia cut him off. Yao Si stared at him with his mouth open. Xianxia went on to say, no one in the army shall disobey my orders. I want all of us in the 61st Army, whatever their position, to be united, and I don't need any voices of dissent. A flustered Yao Si said, Sir is not wrong to think in this way, but it will be hard to execute it according to your plan. Xianxia grinned at him. I know it will be difficult. That's why I've asked you to become the adjutant. Yao Si was dumbfounded as he realized that it wasn't going to be easy to be the adjutant of the 61st Army. He had practically picked up a hot potato, but he couldn't get rid of it now. Seeing that Xianxia was determined, Yao Si shook his head and changed the subject. We'll put the issue of brigade commanders aside for now. Let's talk about the positions of division commanders. According to your plan, the positions of division commanders are supposed to be taken up by people from High Heaven Palace as well. But are there so many people in the Second Order and Third Order Emperor realm in your sect? Certainly, there were not enough. He was fully aware of how many Emperor Realm Masters there were in High Heaven Palace. The reason he even asked this question was to make Xianxia wake up to reality. Xianxia wanted to get the people from his sect to take up all the important positions in the 61st Army, but there weren't even enough people to hold the positions of division commanders, so there was no way he could do this. There are not enough people in High Heaven Palace, but I know where to recruit some. Xianxia put on a faint smile. I'll come up with a list later. Adjutant, you will then head to 7 Mists Sea on my behalf and get those people from Supreme Commanderly. Yao Si's face twitched as he said grimly, Are you trying to poach talents from other armies? Xianxia raised his hand to stop him. I just want to give them a chance to join a place where they can shine. Yao Si said, Sir, I think you'd better do this in person. Xianxia wanted to get some top cultivators to become the division commanders of the 61st Army, but there was no way that such people were insignificant in their respective armies. Most likely, these people were already division commanders. Hence, what Xianxia was doing was basically stealing from others. Although Yao Si wasn't afraid to offend other people by doing so, he would rather not do it. Xianxia laughed and said, Adjutant, you will handle it for me as I have other matters to attend to, so I really have no time for that. Adjutant Yao, you have to spend more effort in building the 61st Army. Certainly, Yao Si was reluctant to do it as he bombarded Xianxia with all sorts of excuses, determined to turn down this job. In the end, Xianxia said helplessly, Adjutant Yao, why don't you handle it on your own first? If you really can't accomplish it in the end, I will then step forward to settle it. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Yao Si to respond as he rose from the chair and clapped the other person's shoulder. It's settled, then. I still have other matters to attend to. Farewell. Following that, his figure suddenly flickered and disappeared. Sir. Yao Si stood up straight and shouted, but no one responded to him as Xianxia had already left the hall. At that instant, Yao Si was so exasperated that his expression turned livid. He had come all the way here to discuss building the 61st Army with Xianxia, but not long after the discussion began, Xianxia, as the army commander, had actually fled. There was still a lot he needed to talk about. Hua Qingxi was still in the hall. Seeing that Yao Si was blowing his top, she put on a smile and said, Adjutant Yao, please don't get mad at him. As Yao Si was still infuriated, she quickly said, this is what Palace Master has left behind for you. She pointed at something on the table. It was a jade slip. Yao Si didn't even notice that Yang Kai had put it down on the table. After a snort, he picked it up and realized that there was a list of names inside. Xie Wu Wei, Ingfei, Shi Lei, Hu Fei, Du Mir, Qi Lian, Fu Ling, Li Jiao Mi Qi. Earlier, Yao Si's expression was still cold and angered. However, after he went through the names on this list, the coldness on his face melted. In the end, he grinned and gripped the jade slip as though he was holding a treasure. When he heard Yang Kai say that they were going to poach talents from other armies, he instinctively thought that it was an abominable task. The other army commanders wouldn't easily let their people go, and when they didn't, he, the adjutant, would have to persuade them. However, it now seemed that even though this task was still troublesome, it wasn't so difficult to carry out. At the very least, Xie Wuwei, Ingfei, Shi Lei, Hu Fei, Du Mir, and Qi Lian, all of the monster kings, were closely related to High Heaven Palace to begin with. Yang Kai was on good terms with those in ancient wildlands as well. Now, all these monster kings were working under the three divine venerables of the ancient lands. If he went over with Yang Kai's order to get those people from them, Luan Feng and the others wouldn't reject him. On the other hand, Fu Ling was a member of the Dragon Clan, so the average army commander wouldn't be able to restrict her. Hence, she had always worked directly under Li Wuyi in the First Army. Together with those top cultivators she had brought over from Dragon Island, Li Wuyi had weaved them together into a formidable group. Given Yang Kai's relationship with Dragon Island, Fu Ling would definitely be willing to join the 61st Army, and by obtaining Fu Ling, they would also obtain the cultivators from Dragon Island. There were more than 100,000 people in that group, with several dozen of them being emperors. It could be said that the name Fu Ling didn't only represent herself, but also a part of Dragon Island's power. There were also Li Jiao and Mi Qi. They were already the sect masters of two top sects in the Northern Territory, so their subordinates must be the disciples from their own sects. By roping them in, they would have acquired the people from Fire Dragon Palace and Full Sky Sect as well. Yao Si had heard that most sects in the Northern Territory regarded High Heaven Palace as their leader, so now that Yang Kai's 61st Army wanted manpower, Li Jiao and Mi Qi wouldn't turn them down. With so many Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters, which included Zhu Qing, they had more than enough people to fill up the positions of division commanders. After settling the issues regarding division commanders and brigade commanders, Yao Si could go on to build the army with ease. After all, the rest of the positions didn't require people with powerful cultivations, so those from High Heaven Palace would totally suffice. The 61st Army could really become High Heaven Palace's army, which wasn't a bad thing. Although it might affect those who would join as outsiders, the cohesion of the 61st Army would be unbreakable. The other armies wouldn't be comparable to them in this regard. Upon that realization, Yao Si stopped getting mad at Yang Kai. After putting the jade slip away, he placed his hands behind his back and shuffled out of the hall. He was pondering on whether he should return to 7 Miss C to get those people from Li Wuyi, or head to the armies where those people whose names were on the list were at and tell them about Yang Kai's idea. In the end, he decided to head to 7 Miss C to inform Li Wuyi first. In the military, the transfer of people whose positions were brigade commanders and above had to be authorized by Li Wuyi. So, it would be inappropriate if he didn't tell Li Wuyi about it before they tried to poach those division commanders and deputy commanders from other armies. When he reached the space array, he suddenly realized that while he had reluctantly accepted this job, at this moment, he was enthusiastically solving problems for Yang Kai. After giving it a thought, Yao Si concluded that he wasn't happy to work for Yang Kai, he was just excited about the future of the 61st Army. While Yao Si was moving between 7 Miss C and different armies to poach talents from them, Yang Kai was paying a visit to all the seniors in High Heaven Palace with his wives. Since he had made a promise, it would be inappropriate if he didn't fulfill it. Nevertheless, it didn't take them much time to visit every peak and meet the seniors. Eventually, they arrived at the residence of Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suzhu. Certainly, his parents were happy because he got to spend a few days with them. However, he could sense that there was a tinge of sorrow and anxiety behind his mother's smile. Couldn't be helped, as there was still no news about Yang Shui. In the past, Yang Kai had brought Yang Xiao and Xianxia back from Dragon Island. However, he hadn't expected that Yang Xiao only pretended to be obedient in front of him. But when he wasn't around, the latter and Xianxia snuck out of High Heaven Palace. It wouldn't have mattered if Yang Xiao had left alone, but he had actually brought Yang Shui with him as well. Lu Yan was worried about them at the time, so she raced after them to protect and watch over them. Eventually, the group of 4 entered the Four Seasons realm, and there hadn't been any news about them since then. Despite knowing that Yang Shui wouldn't be harmed with Lu Yan around, Dong Suzhu still missed her only daughter deeply. Moreover, Yang Shui was just 7 to 8 years old when she left home, and she had barely started cultivating. The Four Seasons realm was the personal domain of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, and although Yang Shui had the protection of Qingqi and Lu Yan, it was hard to tell what would happen to her there. Yang Kai was still incensed every time he thought about it. Yang Xiao indeed had to be taught a lesson. It wouldn't have mattered if he had left alone, but he just had to bring Yang Shui with him. According to Zhu Qing, those from Dragon Island had found out about it after all, and because of this, Second Elder Fu Juan had personally come to High Heaven Palace to inquire about it. She had even gone to the valley in which the entrance to the Four Seasons realm was located in search of Yang Xiao for half a year, but she couldn't get any clue in the end. Before she left, she had told Zhu Qing to tell Yang Kai to visit her on Dragon Island the moment he returned. Yang Xiao was indeed hatched by Yang Kai, and he was accepted by the latter as an adoptive son. Yang Kai had even named him Yang Xiao. However, at the end of the day, Yang Xiao was the son of Fu Juan and Zhu Yan, and the blood that ran in his veins belonged to the dragon clan. When Yang Xiao was still inside a dragon egg, he couldn't be hatched due to some complications. According to the dragon clan's rules, he was supposed to be put inside Dragon Grave. However, due to Fu Juan's love for her son, she secretly hid the egg on a deserted island, and Yang Kai happened to find it and hatch it. Fu Juan had always doted on Yang Xiao. If possible, she was willing to give him the sun and the moon. If it weren't because Yang Xiao had pretended to have an impure bloodline, she wouldn't have let him leave Dragon Island with Yang Kai at all. Yang Kai had taken her son away, but he hadn't managed to take good care of him. Now that Yang Xiao had disappeared after going to the Four Seasons realm, it could be expected that Fu Juan was incensed. When she found out about it, she was even ready to storm into the demon realm to settle the score with Yang Kai. Fortunately, Martial Beast Great Emperor Mo Huang managed to stop her. Otherwise, she would really have done it. Despite the fact that she had failed in her attempt to head to the demon realm, she insisted that Yang Kai must be held responsible. The reason Zhu Qing was in High Heaven Palace was that Fu Juan had told her to stay here to pass on her word to Yang Kai as soon as possible. Yang Kai felt that he had been put in a tight spot. It wasn't like he could go to Dragon Island and give her an explanation now. If he really did that, Fu Juan would surely beat him into a pulp. After all, the second elder had never been a reasonable woman. In any case, be it for the sake of Yang Xiao or Yang Shui, Yang Kai had to personally venture to the Four Seasons realm. However, he wasn't confident of achieving his goal, as Fu Juan didn't manage to find a clue after searching for half a year. So, it was unlikely that he could find them either. Nevertheless, in order to console his parents, he had to head there. Furthermore, he still had to pay a visit to Star Soul Palace, so the trip to the Southern Territory was bound to happen. Before that, he had to first visit another place. It wasn't an excuse when he told UC that he had a lot of matters to attend to, it was the simple truth. 10 days after he returned to High Heaven Palace and under the attendance of Su Yan and the others, Yang Kai stepped onto the space array again. As a thought flashed across his mind, a white light surrounded him. After the light faded, he was nowhere to be seen. When he appeared again, he was already in a tree cave. He was now in the ancient wildlands in the Eastern Territory where the Stone Spirit clan resided. It was still the same small tree cave. Yang Kai had left a space array here in the past, which was why he appeared again here. The area around him was completely silent, and after stepping out of the tree cave, he realized that there was no one around. In order to resist the demon armies, the Stone Spirit clan and their symbiotic with Spirit clan allies had gone to the battlefield in the Western Territory. So this place had become all but deserted over the past few years. However, the spirit fruits and spirit grasses that the Wood Spirit clan members had planted had become ripe. Yang Kai randomly picked a red fruit as he took a bite and leapt into the air. Wherever he went, he realized that not many were in sight. The ancient wildlands was located in a remote area, but since the Two Worlds Great War broke out, most of those in the monster race had followed Luan Feng and the other divine venerables to the battlefield. Only the old, young, and frail were left behind. Unlike the hustle and bustle when Yang Kai came to ancient wildlands for the first time, this place had become eerily silent. The place he was heading to was the Bloodgate where the Divine Spirit Palace was located. There hadn't been any news about Yang Xiao and Yang Shui since they ventured into the Four Seasons realm, but the same was true for Zhang Ruoxi and Xiao Xiao after they entered the Bloodgate. In comparison, Zhang Ruoxi and Xiao Xiao had gone missing for a longer time as it had been more than 10 years since they entered the Bloodgate. It was said that many divine spirit sources had been sealed inside the Divine Spirit Palace. If Yang Kai could open it sooner, it would benefit many monsters from the ancient wildlands. The reason Shilei and the other monster kings were even willing to follow Yang Kai was that they wanted opportunities inside the Divine Spirit Palace. Now that Yang Kai's power had surged, his speed had also improved. In just 1 hour, he reached the location of the Bloodgate. There was nothing else on the barren peak, however, and if Yang Kai hadn't known that the Bloodgate was located in this place, he wouldn't have paid any attention to it. However, Zhang Ruoxi and Xiao Xiao had indeed gone into the Divine Spirit Palace from this location. A war had also broken out in the valley nearby. Divine Spirit Shihua was killed by Zhang Ruoxi with just one strike to end that battle, extracting his divine spirit source and giving it to Yang Kai's embodiment. Yang Kai wasn't disappointed to see that the Bloodgate was nowhere in sight. If the Bloodgate had reopened, it wasn't impossible that no one in the star boundary hadn't noticed. The reason he came to this place was to have a look and make sure that it really hadn't reopened. Just then, a hooting sound could be heard, which prompted Yang Kai to turn his head to have a look. Over there, a person was seen hanging upside down below a tree branch. With his arms crossed, he wrapped one leg around the branch. It seemed that he was sound asleep. Yang Kai had noticed him when he arrived at this place. The person was a monster general, but Yang Kai didn't have the intention of speaking to him. The monster general seemed to have exceptional perception, as he was able to sense Yang Kai's presence even while he was asleep. When he opened his eyes, he was met with Yang Kai's gaze. As they stared at each other, the monster general was startled for a moment before he let out a cry of surprise and accidentally dropped from the branch. After hurriedly getting to his feet, he skipped toward Yang Kai and said in a fawning manner, "Greetings, Senior Yang. May your life be long and prosperous." Hoo. Yang Kai gazed at him and realized that the monster general had a square head with a pair of eyebrows that were as straight as swords. His nose was small, and his mouth was pointed, which looked like the beak of a bird. With a faint smile, Yang Kai asked, "You know me?" The monster general quickly bowed his head. "No one in the ancient lands doesn't recognize Senior Yang. I work under Mastering Fei. It was right in this place in the past that I witnessed Senior Yang's awe-inspiring light." Hoo. What species do you stem from? Yang Kai asked curiously. The monster general replied, "This little one hails from the owl lineage and gained enlightenment after assuming human form many years ago. However, due to a minor cultivation dissonance in the past, my human form isn't perfect. It is quite an embarrassing story. It was no wonder that he looked so strange. Normally, there wouldn't be any flaws after a monster general assumed human form. However, the person before Yang Kai's eyes still had very conspicuous features of a monster beast. It seemed that he was really a simple owl who had evolved into a monster race after receiving enlightenment. "What are you doing here?" Yang Kai asked. The monster general replied respectfully, "I've received Sir Monster King's order to keep watch on the Bloodgate, and he told me that it was also the Divine Venerable's order. Are you the only one here?" "Yes." Hoo. Yang Kai took a look at his lower body. "How did you get injured?" The monster general replied with a proud expression. "It was in battle against the demons in the Western Territory. I managed to kill a certain demon, but my leg was cut off by him as a result. My blood soaked the ground and I was in excruciating pain. However, I was lucky to have survived. Ha. It was worth it to exchange one leg for his life. I wanted to keep fighting as I still have one good leg, which should be enough to trade for another demon's life, but Sir Monster King told me to come back and keep watch on the Bloodgate instead." Which is why I returned. Xianxia widened his mouth as he didn't expect that there was such a story behind this fellow's missing leg. Nodding, he lifted his hand and clapped the monster general's shoulder. You've done a great job. The monster general immediately appeared to be overwhelmed by his emotions as he was lost for words. With his eyes turning bloodshot, it seemed that he would tear up at any moment. With a solemn expression, Xianxia said, "All those who can fight should take part in the war, but it is equally important to keep watch over the blood gate here. Just stay right here, and if anything happens, immediately inform your king or the divine venerables about it. Please rest assured, sir, this one will stay right here and not go anywhere." The monster general straightened up and thumped his own chest. "Good. I just came here to have a look." Xianxia nodded and turned around to leave. After he took 2 steps forward, his figure flickered and disappeared, which shocked the monster general. A moment later, the monster general came to his senses and cupped his fists. "Farewell, sir." Before he even finished his words, he realized that there was something in his hands. Spreading his palm, he saw that there was a new space ring in his grip. He wasn't even aware that a space ring had suddenly appeared in his hand. With doubt, he swept the inside with his divine sense and was immediately stunned. That was because there were a few thousand monster cores inside the ring, and all of them appeared to be of extraordinary quality. Although there were no monster cores from 12th order monster beasts, they were exactly what he needed right now. Knowing that it was a gift from Xianxia, he immediately fell on his knees and repeatedly pressed his head against the ground in the direction Xianxia had left. At the same time, he kept thanking him. 1 hour later, Xianxia arrived at Star Soul Palace in the Southern Territory. Although he was dreading what was to come next, he still had to make an appearance. Bright Moon Great Emperor's corpse was brought back by Lei Hong. So the reason Xianxia came today was to pay final respects to the Great Emperor and to apologize to Lan Xun. Before coming to this place, he had told himself that he wouldn't resist even if Lan Xun scolded and beat him up. After all, he had indeed killed Bright Moon with his own hand. He had even imagined that those from Star Soul Palace wouldn't welcome him. However, when Xianxia stepped into Star Soul Palace, he was shocked to see that the Great Emperor's sect, which was the cornerstone of the Southern Territory, seemed to be in a state of panic and upheaval. Around the space array, there wasn't even a single disciple from Star Soul Palace standing guard. Besides that, 5-colored light could be seen flowing outside the hall. Between heaven and earth, the world energy was turbulent as a very dangerous aura wafted from deeper inside Star Soul Palace, one that seemed like it would shatter the world apart at any moment. A flabbergasted Xianxia flew out of the hall and looked over, his pupils contracting at what he saw. It wasn't that Star Soul Palace was under attack. Although Bright Moon was dead, a Great Emperor's sect was still a powerful existence, more than enough to fend off a half-hearted invasion. The change that had taken place must be because of Star Soul Palace's internal trouble. At this moment, the gigantic 5-colored treasure pagoda was hovering in mid-air, the pulses of light radiating from its surface. The pagoda was the most important treasure in Star Soul Palace. In the past, Xianxia had a chance to enter it to experience its mysteries. The Thousand Illusions Dream World in High Heaven Palace was obtained from the 5-colored treasure pagoda. There were 5 floors in total inside the pagoda, and each one was an abstruse and seemingly infinite space. This was an ancient treasure that was simply invaluable. The reason Star Soul Palace had such a firm heritage had much to do with this pagoda. Presently, the pagoda was trembling, and Xianxia could see that the people around it were sporting grim expressions as they kept performing hand seals in an attempt to stabilize it. 3 great elders, Lei Hong, Shuizheng Mao, and Xiao Yuyang were all present, along with more than 10 other Emperor Realm Masters. Countless Dao Source Realm cultivators had also surrounded the pagoda to provide support. However, all of them seemed to have pale faces and were drenched in sweat. Although Xianxia had no idea what had happened to the 5-colored treasure pagoda, it was apparent that the situation was perilous. Swiftly arriving beside Lei Hong, Xianxia pushed his demon chi as he spread out his palms towards the pagoda in an attempt to help stabilize it. Unexpectedly, his overflowing power wasn't even able to go near the pagoda as it was repelled by the turbulent 5-colored light. He wasn't a disciple from Star Soul Palace, nor had he cultivated their orthodoxical secret arts. Moreover, the power Yang Kai used was demon qi, which wasn't accepted by five-colored treasure pagoda. Sensing the fluctuations of demon qi, all the top cultivators in Star Soul Palace had their expressions change drastically as they thought that someone from Demon Heavenly Dao had invaded their sect. However, upon seeing that the person who had used demon qi was Yang Kai, they were able to relax. Xiaoyu Yang and Shuizheng Mao slightly nodded at Yang Kai before they refocused themselves and continued trying to stabilize the pagoda. Yang Kai turned to look at Lei Hong. "Great Elder, what happened?" With a solemn expression, Lei Hong used a different hand seal as he replied. "Her Highness has entered the World Pagoda in an attempt to refine it. Now, it seems that something has gone wrong. The World Pagoda is attempting to leave the sect." A shocked Yang Kai asked, "This sudden change was caused by Junior Sister Lan?" It wasn't until this moment that he found out that the five-colored treasure pagoda was officially called the World Pagoda. Prior to this, he didn't know the real name of this treasure. Lei Hong nodded solemnly. An exasperated Yang Kai said, "Why didn't you all stop her?" The World Pagoda was an ancient treasure that had been around since before Star Soul Palace was founded. It was refined by Bright Moon Great Emperor and became the most important piece of the palace's foundation. When Bright Moon Great Emperor was around, no one would dare to challenge the authority of Star Soul Palace. Now that he was gone, Lan Xun, as Bright Moon's only descendant, had to take up the responsibility to protect and revive Star Soul Palace. Her cultivation wasn't powerful, as she was only in the First Order Emperor realm, so she decided to rely on a treasure, and the only treasure in Star Soul Palace that could provide her with such power was the World Pagoda. If she could refine the World Pagoda, she could still retain the glory of Star Soul Palace even though Bright Moon Great Emperor was no longer around. If she succeeded, her power would surge despite the fact that she was only in the First Order Emperor realm. Fortunately, she had inherited the Great Emperor's Bright Moon body, hence she was the only one who could refine the pagoda. Unfortunately, she was in too much of a hurry. For a treasure like the World Pagoda, even a pseudo-Great Emperor might not be able to refine it, let alone a mere First Order Emperor. This resulted in the current upheaval. "She snuck in while we weren't paying attention," Lei Hong said through clenched teeth. If he had found out Lan Xun's plan, he would have done everything possible to stop her. The Great Emperor had passed away, so Lan Xun was the last hope and pillar of strength for Star Soul Palace. More than 10 days ago, he had brought back Bright Moon's corpse from Seven Mist Sea as everyone in Star Soul Palace was grief-stricken. All the elders and disciples had put on mourning clothes as they knelt in respect in front of the mourning hall. Lan Xun had also knelt for several days straight without moving a muscle. 3 days ago, she got to her feet all of a sudden and wouldn't tell anyone where she was going. Although Xiao Chun had raced after her, he was knocked out by her. When he came to his senses, Lan Su had already entered the World Pagoda. She must have obtained a special seal left behind by Bright Moon Great Emperor, as after she entered, the entire World Pagoda was sealed off, and all the disciples inside it were expelled. No one else could go in again. Following that, the World Pagoda descended into turmoil as five-colored light radiated out of it. That was how the present sight came about. Upon hearing Lei Hong's explanation, Yang Kai had a grim expression. He knew that no one was at fault. Since Lan Xun had insisted on doing this, no one could have stopped her. "Palace Master Yang, please save Junior Sister. Please save her." Xiao Chun was just in a nearby spot as he turned his head and pleaded with Yang Kai. He had been on bad terms with Yang Kai since the first time they met. Whenever they came across each other in the past, he would always deride Yang Kai. As Xiao Yuyang's son, Xiao Chun was conceited and thought that he was the most outstanding young man in the world. However, at this moment, he could be seen with bloodshot eyes and a pale face. Apparently, he had overexerted himself these past few days. Lan Xun had knocked him out right before sneaking into the World Pagoda, so he blamed himself for failing in his attempt to keep watch on her. He was currently pleading with Yang Kai because he thought that the latter could save her. Yang Kai shot him a look and nodded gently. "I'll do my best." He then turned to look at Lei Hong. "Is no one else able to enter?" Lei Hong shook his head. "None of us can get inside. Have you informed the Great Emperors about the situation?" Since the advent of cross-territory space arrays, Moving about rapidly had become far easier. A serious event had happened in Star Soul Palace, and if the other great emperors found out about it, they wouldn't stand idly by. Lei Hong replied, "Half a day ago, I sent a disciple to 7 Mist Sea." Right then, Yang Kai and Lei Hong turned around as they sensed a great emperor's aura had appeared in that direction. The next moment, a towering figure appeared in front of them. Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wuhen had arrived. Standing in the sky, he looked up at the world pagoda and fell silent, a tinge of longing and sorrow behind his gaze. "Senior, the world pagoda was extremely unstable as it seemed that it would fly off at any moment with Lan Sun still inside. If the pagoda really flew away, they might not be able to find it again, and Lan Sun would have to spend the rest of her life trapped inside." Yang Kai was feeling flustered, but Zhan Wuhen just stared at the pagoda without saying a word, which was why he decided to call out to him. Zhan Wuhen lowered his gaze and took a look at him before saying impassively, "Brat, what are you doing here?" Yang Kai quickly said, "This junior came to pay his respects to the great emperor and happened to come across this incident." Zhan Wuhen clicked his tongue and asked again, "Not that. I'm asking why you're still standing here." A puzzled Yang Kai looked inquisitively at him. "Get inside," Zhan Wuhen demanded. A befuddled Yang Kai cupped his fists. "Senior, you might not be aware of it yet, but Great Elder Lei has said that." He wanted to explain it to Zhan Wuhen, but the latter didn't intend to listen to him. Zhan Wuhen directly grabbed Yang Kai's shoulder with one hand and snorted, "Stop your blabbering. I told you to get inside." Upon finishing his words, he hurled Yang Kai toward the world pagoda, as though he was throwing away a dirty piece of cloth. Yang Kai let out a panicked cry as Lei Hong was flabbergasted. The top cultivators from Star Soul Palace who had seen this scene exclaimed as well. No one could have expected that Zhan Wuhen would make such a move. Even as Yang Kai was being hurled away, he couldn't help marveling at the great emperor's strength. He had seen how Zhan Wuhen placed his hand on his shoulder and tossed him. Zhan Wuhen's movements were not particularly fast, but for some reason, Yang Kai didn't even have the ability to resist. However, such thoughts were truly fleeting as, in the next moment, Yang Kai felt that he would soon see stars after smacking into the pagoda. Zhan Wuhen was extremely strong, and at this moment Yang Kai was shooting toward the pagoda at an incredible speed. Even though he was a half-dragon, he would probably still end up in a miserable state. Just when he was about to crash into the pagoda though, the structure started trembling slightly as a door-sized swirl appeared in front of him. Following that, he flew past the swirl and disappeared. He got in. He really entered. All the Emperor Realm Masters at the scene were dumbfounded. Lan Sun's entry into the pagoda had caused it to descend into turmoil, so certainly the elders wanted to follow her inside to help her or persuade her to give up. However, Lan Sun possessed a special seal left behind by Bright Moon Great Emperor, and she had completely isolated the pagoda. No matter what methods they used, they were unable to enter. Therefore, they could only try to stabilize the pagoda from the outside to lend her a hand. However, at this moment, Yang Kai directly entered the pagoda after Zhan Wuhen hurled him towards it, which was inconceivable. Lei Hong and the others appeared pleasantly surprised as they gazed at Zhan Wuhen in awe. Since he was capable of doing this much, they wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. As though Zhan Wuhen had seen through their thoughts, he said dispassionately, "Only he is able to enter, so all of you should stop thinking about it." Lei Hong frowned and asked, "Senior, what do you mean?" Zhan Wuhen shot him a look and grinned. "I mean, even this king is unable to enter." "What?" Lei Hong was flabbergasted as disbelief was written all over his face. However, since Zhan Wuhen had said so, he could only believe him. "To be precise, I can enter," Zhan Wuhen digressed. "But that would cause damage to the world pagoda. At the very least, I have to destroy half of the seal Bright Moon left behind, and that would still take a few months." They couldn't wait for a few months as too much could happen during that time. A puzzled Xiao Yuyang asked, "Senior, since you're unable to enter with ease, how did Palace Master Yang? What do you think?" Zhan Wuhen put on a smile as his expression turned inscrutable. Realization suddenly dawned upon Xiao Yuyang as well as Lei Hong and Xue Zhengmao. That was because Yang Kai had inherited the worlds that belonged to Bright Moon. Bright Moon Great Emperor had refined the world pagoda so it would naturally reject everyone except him under the current circumstances. Although Xianxia wasn't Bright Moon, he had inherited the world's will from him, so he carried with him a little bit of Bright Moon's aura, which was why the pagoda wouldn't bar him from entering. Lei Hong and the others, as well as Xianxia, were not even aware of this. However, as soon as Zhan Wuhen arrived, he realized that there was a special kind of resonance between Xianxia and the pagoda. This kind of resonance could only have been left behind by the deceased Bright Moon. An elated Lei Hong said, "Does it mean that after Palace Master Yang goes in, everything will be fine?" "When did I say that?" Zhan Wuhen shook his head. "He can indeed go in, but the world inside the world pagoda is extremely mysterious. Even though he has entered, I don't even know what he will come across. Maybe he won't even be able to find little Lan soon. What should we do then?" The expressions of Lei Hong, Xiao Yuyang, and the others changed. "We've done our best. Their fates are up the heavens now." Zhan Wuhen's expression was solemn. "As long as the world pagoda is still around, they will not die. That brat is also fairly powerful, so I'm sure he'll find Lan soon sooner or later." A worried Lei Hong asked, "What if the world pagoda flies away before that happens?" Zhan Wuhen replied with a smile, "Just let it fly away then. That brat is an expert in the Tao of space, so you don't have to worry about him finding his way back. Even if it takes him hundreds or even 1,000 years, he will return one day. A few hundred or even 1,000 years." Upon hearing that, Lei Hong and the others were seen with worried expressions on their faces. It would be all right if it was just 100 years, which wasn't a short nor a long time. However, if it would take them 1,000 years, Xianxia and Lan Sun might have even begotten a crowd of children by the time they returned. When a man and a woman spent 1,000 years together alone, it wasn't difficult to imagine what would happen. "Stand aside." Zhan Wuhen waved his hand and demanded. Hearing the order, all the top cultivators of Star Soul Palace became encouraged, knowing that the great emperor was going to make a move. Without hesitation, they retracted their emperor chi and stepped back. In an instant, the 5 colored lights around the world pagoda flashed as the gigantic pagoda shook violently. Space around it cracked, as though the pagoda was about to fly away. All of a sudden, a scarlet banner appeared as a bloody aura permeated the air, which caused everyone to turn solemn. The banner was so huge that it was as though the entire sky had been covered with it. Iron Blood War Banner, Iron Blood Great Emperor's natal artifact. This wasn't an ancient exotic artifact, nor was it refined by an artifact refiner. Instead, it was the manifestation of Zhan Wuhen's cultivation. Since he had used the Iron Blood War Banner, it meant that he was going all out, which went to show how spectacular the pagoda was. Even a great emperor had to use his full might to suppress it. If Zhan Wuhen hadn't come here, Lei Hong and the others wouldn't have been able to stabilize the world pagoda for long, and sooner or later, they would lose this most important treasure. The Scarlet War Banner was extremely vivid. It looked like a blood wall that could shade the entire sky, and the flowing color looked like weltering blood, which could easily daze any beholder. The war banner swiftly fell onto the world pagoda and engulfed it, and in the blink of an eye, the entire pagoda was covered tightly. The 5-colored light disappeared as the pagoda quickly stabilized. The entire world seemed to be filled with the scarlet color, which painted everyone's face red. Standing in front of the pagoda, Zhan Wuhen placed his hands behind his back and stared as he waited patiently. Meanwhile, Xianxia was in trouble. He was thrown into the pagoda by Zhan Wuhen, and before he could understand what was going on, an oddly shaped beast with long fur was striding toward him. The long-furred beast's aura was strange, so Xianxia wasn't sure what it was. He had wanted to make a move to test the beast's strength, but he was surprised to see it opening its mouth wide before he could even react. A moment later, he was gulped down into its stomach, following which he found himself inside a strange world. The clouds above his head had been dyed red, as though the entire sky was burning. Upon closer look, he realized that the sky really was ablaze. The red clouds were actually flames that were blazing across the sky. On the other hand, lava could be seen flowing on the ground and magma bubbles kept popping, releasing a pungent smell. Even Xianxia felt that the surrounding heat was scalding. Of the 5 elements, only one seemed to exist in this world: fire. Yang Kai realized that he couldn't detect the other four elements. It wasn't the first time he came across such an odd place, but before he could scan the surroundings to find out more, a hideous figure emerged from the lava. It had a dragon's head, a deer's body, an ox's tail, fish scales, and 2 horns on its forehead. Its entire body was burning with fire, and its feet were engulfed in dark flames. Despite its odd appearance, it was imposing, a Qilin, an ancient divine spirit fire Qilin. Yang Kai's eyes almost protruded. Fire Qilins were also highly ranked among divine spirits. If all the divine spirits in the world were divided into different classes, and dragons and phoenixes were the most prestigious, Qilins would be among the 3rd class, similar to Xianxia. Yang Kai knew about Xianxia's power and understood that the average pseudo-great emperor would not be his match. So what about the fire Qilin before his eyes? Hence, when the fire Qilin appeared, Yang Kai became alarmed and instantly communicated with his sealed world bead so that he could summon his protectors, the 3 half-saints, at any moment. The embodiment wasn't the only one in the sealed world bead right now, as Bai Liemo and Yu Rumeng had forcefully made him bring Bai Zhua and Bai Ye with him. With 3 half-saints joining forces, a single fire Qilin was certainly no match, no matter how powerful it was. While Yang Kai was still contemplating his next move, though, rumbling sounds were heard as more and more fire Qilins emerged from the lava, all of them with hideous and imposing images. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 fire Qilins appeared out of the lava and surrounded Yang Kai, staring at him with fiery eyes. At that instant, Yang Kai's expression turned pensive. He could understand it if there was only one fire Qilin. After all, the world pagoda was abstruse and it contained countless small worlds, so it wasn't surprising that there was such an odd world inside the pagoda. However, something was off, as there were simply too many fire Qilins at the moment. No divine spirit could ever have such exceptional reproductive ability. The Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, and all other divine spirit clans could not achieve this. Hence, it was impossible that there were more than 1,000 fire Qilins in this world. It was Heavenly Way's method of maintaining balance, allowing such powerful divine spirits to exist, but not reproduce in great numbers. If too many divine spirits were born, there would be no room for other creatures to exist. In order to prove that his speculation was right, he lifted his hand and slashed a moon blade at the fire Qilin nearest to him. The moon blade broke through the air and slashed across fire Qilin's figure. Following a shriek, the fire Qilin was cut into 2. They're not real fire Qilins. If they were the real Qilins, Yang Kai couldn't have killed one with just a single strike. For some reason, these beasts looked just like Qilins though, and despite Yang Kai's acute vision, he couldn't see any flaws in them. Before he could heave a sigh of relief though, his strike seemed to have enraged the fire Qilins as they all pounced at him. At that instant, all the fire in this world seemed to erupt and the lava boiled fiercely. Even the fire in the sky became more vigorous. Not daring to underestimate his foes, Yang Kai quickly summoned his 3 half-saint protectors. Although these fire Qilins were not real divine spirits, they were also not weak. From what Yang Kai could gauge, every one of them was equivalent to a first-order emperor. Yang Kai wouldn't care if there were only 1 to 2 of them. He could even deal with 10 to 20 of them. However, if the figure was more than 200, he would have to flee. This world of fire had to be one of the countless small worlds in the world pagoda, so unless he could break the world barrier of the small world, he couldn't possibly flee. It took time and concentration to break a world barrier though, so he needed people to protect him while he worked. As soon as the embodiment appeared, he could share Yang Kai's thoughts and understand what was going on. Without saying a word, he summoned the demonic warhammer and pounded his fist against his own chest. In an instant, his figure expanded into a 300-meter-tall giant. The demonic warhammer also expanded proportionally. Standing on the lava, the embodiment wielded his hammer as his half-saint's power flared out. Many of the fire Qilins that were pouncing were smashed into dust in an instant. Bai Ye and Bai Zhua didn't react as quickly. As soon as they appeared, they were startled for a moment, and when they saw the sight before their eyes, they were shocked. One of them exclaimed, "What are these?" The other asked, "Brother Yang, what's going on?" Yang Kai replied, "Just kill them." Hesitating no more, the 2 half-saints executed his order and started killing. With 3 half-saints around Xianxia, the fire Qilins were unable to get within a half-kilometer radius. The 3 half-saints also didn't go out of their way to attack, and simply defended against any Qilin that dared to leap towards them. Remaining on the spot, Xianxia closed his eyes to sense his surroundings. At the same time, he recalled what had happened after he entered the pagoda. He had a feeling that he had somewhat grasped something at that moment and was now trying to unravel it. A moment later, Baiya exclaimed, "Brother Baizhua, something is wrong." Baizhua nodded. They're endless. Although there were many Qilins, the 3 half-saints should have been able to wipe them out given enough time. However, the truth was that there didn't seem to be a drop in the enemy's numbers. No matter how many Qilins they killed, more and more would pounce on them a moment later. After observing for a bit, they finally realized the problem. For every Qilin they killed, a new one would emerge from the lava, which was why they were unable to kill them all. What kind of damned place is this? Baizhua smiled helplessly. These fire Qilins were not tangible beings but rather condensed earth fire. Unless they extracted all the energy in this world, they would never kill them all. They were half-saints, so killing these fake Qilins was like killing ants for them. However, a sea of ants could eventually devour an elephant. This is a training ground, Xianxia explained impassively as he opened his eyes. The World Pagoda was the most important treasure in Star Soul Palace. Since time immemorial, countless disciples had entered it for life experience and to become stronger. The innumerable small worlds in this pagoda were the best training grounds for them. It was the same case for the small world they were in right now. If there was no mechanism to keep replacing the fire Qilins, this training ground couldn't serve its purpose. "Brother Baizhua, come with me," Xianxia said and leapt into the air. Hearing that, Baizhua immediately raced after him. Their speed was incredible as they had moved for a few thousand meters in the blink of an eye. Gazing at the weltering flames in the sky, Baizhua said solemnly, "Brother Yang, be careful." Although he had no idea what these flames were, he could detect a dangerous aura coming from them. Right after he finished speaking, the weltering flames became even more violent, and the next moment, a huge bird descended from the fire clouds. Its wings could spread for more than 10 meters wide, and its entire body was crimson red, its beak as pointed as a sword. More conspicuously, the bird only had one leg. It was a Baifeng, another divine spirit. Needless to say, they knew that, just like the fire Qilins that had emerged from the lava, the bird wasn't a true divine spirit but a condensation of this place's strong fire attribute energy. They just looked like divine spirits. Having experienced this situation already, Xianxia and Baizhua were not so shocked when they saw the sight. As expected, following the first Baifeng, more than 1,000 Baifangs appeared, diving down from the fire clouds. The flames that swirled around them seemed able to burn all intruders to death. Baizhua immediately shot forward and appeared before Xianxia. As his demon chi undulated, many blood threads shot in different directions as several dozen Baifangs were killed without even being able to make a sound. Xianxia followed suit and brandished his myriad sword as he swept his sword chi across the enemy. The human and demon then shot into the sky and started killing. Xianxia and Baizhua crossed 1,000 kilometers and killed more than 1,000 Baifangs. Just like the fire Qilins, the birds coming at them were like a never-ending stream. Despite the fact that they had killed 1,000 of them, it still wouldn't be useful at all even if they could go on killing 10,000 more. Nevertheless, they had managed to get near the fire clouds. Xianxia wielded his sword, sending out innumerable sword waves as he dashed forward while Baizhua brought up the rear, protecting him from behind. The fire clouds were still sweltering, but the burning flames were unable to shade the glittering cold light of the Myraid's sword. The next moment, the fire clouds separated as Xianxia and Baizhua shot into the sky. Unfortunately, they were still engulfed in fire clouds and there didn't seem to be an end to them. Nevertheless, they kept flying upwards without pause. A long time had passed and they had lost count of how many Baifangs they had killed. All of a sudden, Xianxia stopped, and upon seeing that, Baizhua also halted as they respectively pushed their demon chi to form a protective layer around themselves. Still standing on the lava, the embodiment received a message from Xianxia and shouted to Baiya, "Let's go!" After he finished speaking, he turned into a human-sized figure, and with the demonic war hammer in hand, he whizzed into the sky. Seeing that, countless Qilins quickly raced after them. After they dashed into the fire clouds, they bumped into a large group of Baifangs. It was then that the fire Qilins stopped moving. It was as though the sky and the ground were two separate domains. Qilins were only responsible for keeping watch on the ground, while Baifangs had to deal with the enemies in the sky. Fire clouds and Baifangs were unable to stop Yangkai and Baizhua, so naturally, they couldn't do that to the embodiment and Baiya either. Just a moment later, all four of them were reunited. One stick of incense. The embodiment spoke on behalf of Yangkai. Upon hearing that, Baiya and Baizhua nodded as the three half-saints dispersed and surrounded Yangkai to protect him. Yangkai had closed his eyes and he didn't move a muscle. Despite that, anyone could feel the space principles wafting from his body. The principles were not strong, but they were expanding in all directions like countless thin threads. It was as though he was trying to look for something. Undoubtedly, he was looking for a weak point in the world barrier. This place was just one of the countless small worlds in the world pagoda. If they wanted to leave, they had to break the barrier of this world. Earlier, Yangkai had run around to search the ground, but he couldn't find any weak points there. Therefore, he decided to look for one in the sky. Although Yangkai was a master of the Tao of space, it still wasn't easy for him to break the barrier of a small world. Every world had weak points. For example, the two worlds passage was where the world barrier in the star boundary was weakest, which was why the demons managed to open up a passage that connected the two great worlds. Even a great world like the star boundary had its weak point, so nothing needed to be said about a mere small world. Fortunately, Yangkai soon found a weak point, but now he needed time. The reason he could easily find it was that this world wasn't that large. If they were inside a large-scale small world, he would have to spend a much longer time. As space principles undulated, Yangkai's spiritual energy turned into a razor-sharp blade. Following his space principles, he cut into the weak point and pried open a gap. The three half-saints around him in the meantime continued killing. These Baifangs were condensed from the small world's world energy, so they didn't fear death nor did they know pain. Worse, they would be infinitely resurrected. The embodiment was in a better state as he was a stone spirit and he had obtained Shuhua's source, which was why he wouldn't get exhausted quickly. On the other hand, Baizhua and Baiya could feel their energy drain from their bodies. But they wouldn't dare to preserve any strength at this critical moment. They fully used their power in every strike. With such great consumption, it wouldn't take long before they ran out of fuel. Fortunately, they only needed to persevere for one stick of incense. If they were told to hang on for a few days, they wouldn't even know whether they could make it. As they were killing their enemies, they were also paying attention to Yangkai. As time passed, the originally subtle space principle fluctuations became violent. Apparently, Yangkai had made some progress. One incense stick later, Yangkai suddenly opened his eyes as the fluctuations of space principles intensified greatly. Space around him contorted and visible ripples were formed. Staring right at the front, he exerted more force with his hands like they were blades and stabbed into the void. Strangely, as soon as he pushed out his hands, they disappeared. The next moment, Yangkai widened his eyes in fury as his demon chi surged like a tsunami. At the same time, he bellowed, "Open!" With his shout, he forcefully tore the void apart with his hands. In an instant, the sky separated like a silk cloth that had been torn apart. As a buzzing sound reverberated around in this world, a crack came into view. The crack was pitch black and filled with nothingness. Following Yangkai's movements, it slowly expanded into a several tens of meters long and 10 meters wide chasm. Yangkai turned around and said to the half-saints, "Go!" They had been suffering in this damned place for quite some time now, so now that the world barrier was broken, they couldn't wait to leave. Without hesitation, Baiya and Baizhua used their secret techniques to kill all the enemies in close proximity before returning to Yangkai. The embodiment also wielded his hammer as he retreated. Yangkai activated his demon chi to engulf them and dashed into the void crack. When they reappeared, they were already in another world. In a nearby spot, a long-furred beast could be seen covering its stomach as it gazed at Yangkai and the others with a horrified look on its face. Then it turned around and fled. Yangkai could recognize that it was this beast that had gulped him down earlier, which caused him to plunge into the world of fire. However, at this moment, there was a long wound on the beast's body which it was covering. The thing that was flowing out of the wound wasn't blood but the flames they saw earlier in that small world. Bai Zhuo and Bai Ye still didn't understand what was going on. So seeing the beast, they decided to kill it. However, they were stopped by Yang Kai. What is that? Seeing as the beast was fleeing, Bai Zhuo frowned. He was a demon from the demon realm, so he thought that the beast was unique to the star boundary as he had never come across it before. It's the small world. Yang Kai scowled. What? Bai Zhuo stared at him in shock. Brother Yang, you mean, it's the spirit manifestation of the small world? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. If that was not the case, he wouldn't have entered the small world after he was gulped down by the long-furred beast. After he tore apart the barrier and got out, there happened to be a wound on the beast's stomach. It all went to show that the long-furred beast was the manifestation of the small world. How can that be? Bai Zhuo and Bai Ye were flabbergasted. They had never heard or seen a small world that possessed a manifestation. If that was really the case, it could very well happen to the star boundary and the demon realm. When that happened, demons and humans would essentially be living inside the stomachs of two giant spirits. Nothing is impossible. Have you forgotten about my sealed world bead? Bai Zhuo and Bai Ye were startled for a moment as they recalled that the sealed world bead could also turn into a giant manifestation. They had personally seen the enormous gun, and upon that realization, they were relieved. Moreover, there are some changes inside this place, but I'm not sure what is going on. From what we saw, the small world has indeed obtained a spirit manifestation. The long-furred beast was a manifestation of the small world, so its power was concealed by world energy. That was the reason Yang Kai couldn't make out its true form or strength at first glance and accidentally got devoured by it. However, it seemed that the long-furred beast was without sentience and only acted on instinct. Otherwise, given its power as a small world's manifestation, Yang Kai wouldn't have so easily escaped. Yang Kai had no idea what the changes were that had happened in the world pagoda. He also didn't know what Lan Sun had done, nor was he aware of where she was or what she had gone through. Nevertheless, they fell into danger right after they entered the pagoda, which made Yang Kai worried. He had to find Lan Sun as quickly as possible to help her solve her current problems. Even if he couldn't, he had to bring her out of this place. He had been blaming himself for failing in his attempt to bring Bright Moon out of the demon realm. If he also couldn't ensure Lan Shui's safety now, his years of cultivation would have all been in vain. After keeping the 3 half-saints, Yang Kai moved forward on his own. He remembered that there were 5 floors in total inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Every floor could allow cultivators with different cultivations to enter to train. Since Lan Sun wanted to refine the pagoda, she must have gone to the most important place, which was the 5th floor. Nevertheless, Yang Kai couldn't find his way to the next floor. It seemed that the floor he was in was the only one in the entire pagoda. While looking for the way to get to the next floor, he came across many ferocious beasts. Without any exception, they were all small worlds that had all achieved spirit manifestation. These beasts had different temperaments. Some of them were timid and ran away as soon as they saw Yang Kai. Some of them were as savage as the long-furred beast and pounced on Yang Kai the moment they met. Usually, Yang Kai would just evade them using instantaneous movement. He wanted to avoid as many battles as possible right now. However, he wasn't always so fortunate. Not all small worlds had a manifestation that looked like a beast. Some small worlds had turned into rocks that looked entirely ordinary. When Yang Kai passed by a stone once, it widened its mouth and ate him, which caused him to fall into a strange small world again that he had to spend time escaping. Some of these small worlds were strong, while some of them were weak. The strong ones were just like the long-furred beast he had come across, and Yang Kai had to summon the 3 half-saints to help protect him. For the weak ones, he just needed a thought to break the world barrier himself to escape. Bai Ye and Bai Zhuo were exhausted by now. Although they were strong, they didn't have enough stamina to battle against so many enemies without rest. That was why every time they returned to the sealed world bead, they would seize the chance to recuperate and get prepared for the next battle. With no exception, Yang Kai wouldn't do anything to these manifestations of the small worlds. Every small world or sealed world in this pagoda was a treasure, and they were left behind by the great emperor to be passed down to Lan Sun. He wouldn't destroy or snatch them, After a few days, he became anxious as there still weren't any clues about where to go. The longer this dragged on, the more dangerous Lan Xun's situation would become. While Yang Kai was searching around one day though, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned to look in a particular direction, only to see a petite figure standing on a mound as she was staring silently at him. It was a little girl no more than 5 or 6 years old. Her hair had been tied into 2 ponytails, and she was clad in a beautiful dress. Her big eyes shone brightly and her facial features were exquisite. Yang Kai knitted his brows together because it was the second time he had come across this little girl. Despite her petite figure, Yang Kai wouldn't dare to underestimate her. The only things that could be moving around in this pagoda right now were the spirits that were transformed from small worlds. It was the case for the stone and the long-furred beast, so this little girl must be a spirit manifestation as well. When he came across her on the previous day, she had just observed him from afar. A vigilant Yang Kai had circumvented her, but he hadn't expected that he would see her again on this day. Certainly, it wasn't a coincidence. The young girl must be following him. That was the reason Yang Kai was wary. So far, he had come across more than 10 small world manifestations, but none of them had any consciousness as they only acted on their instincts. The fact that this little girl could follow him suggested that she was different from other manifestations. Nevertheless, she seemed just as timid as a frightened mouse. When Yang Kai saw her on the previous day, she immediately ran away. Although she didn't flee immediately this time, she had only dared to hide behind the mound and stick out her head to observe Yang Kai with her big, blinking eyes. Yang Kai frowned as he had no idea what she was up to. Since she was stalking him, why was she so afraid of him? Was she just curious? Without pondering on the reason behind it, Yang Kai turned around and left. Seeing that, the little girl started flushing and balled up her fists. She also parted her lips in an attempt to say something, but she couldn't say a word in the end, so she became flustered. After walking for several tens of meters, Yang Kai suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around. Then he strode towards the little girl. When the anxious little girl saw that, she became elated in an instant. But as Yang Kai approached her, she started stepping backwards. Her movement was slow and her steps were small as the hem of her dress flapped in the air. However, Yang Kai was shocked to realize that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get any closer to her. As his patience had run out, he used his space principles to appear in front of her in the blink of an eye, and before she could react, he directly grabbed her shoulders. The next moment, both of their expressions could be seen changing. The little girl was terrified. She was already timid to the point that she didn't dare to approach Yang Kai, so now that her shoulders were suddenly grasped, she became incredibly anxious. Her eyes had turned watery as she was about to tear up, so she looked rather pitiful. On the other hand, Yang Kai was stunned by the impact he felt. The moment he grabbed her shoulders, he felt an immense power storming into his body, causing him to feel dizzy and see stars. In fact, he almost passed out on the spot. World force. Just like what he had speculated, the little girl was indeed a small world manifestation. When they came into contact, the world force which sustained her manifestation surged and dealt a heavy blow to him. Yang Kai was even preparing to summon his half-saints after he felt this impact. Fortunately, although the little girl was greatly frightened, she didn't seem to have any hostile intent. She was just trying to retract her frail arms as she looked pleadingly at him. As the power of the soul-warming lotus undulated, Yang Kai was able to somehow calm down. Staring at the little girl before his eyes, he tried to say in as harmless a manner as possible, "I'm looking for someone who is like me, but she's a woman. Have you seen her?" Just like how Xiao Chun had asked him out of desperation, Yang Kai was now asking a random little girl on the off chance she had some clues. Although he had come across some small word manifestations before, they didn't have any sentience. However, this little girl seemed to be different from them as she could clearly think for herself, which was why he had to ask her about it. He didn't pin his hopes on her, but simply asked as there was nothing to lose. On the other hand, the little girl was flabbergasted. Since she was unable to withdraw her arms, her immense world force surged again. Despite the fact that Yang Kai was well prepared, he was still sent flying backwards upon impact. Fortunately, he didn't get hurt as he only felt the vitality in his body roil. After landing on the ground, he took a deep breath repeatedly to calm himself down. When he lifted his head, he saw that the little girl was flying rapidly in a particular direction. A disappointed Xianxia shook his head and turned around. A moment later, the little girl returned and blocked his way. It was apparent that she was trying her hardest to suppress her fear, as although her body was trembling violently, she was still resolutely standing there. Xianxia tilted his head to gaze at her and frowned. The next moment, the little girl flew in the same direction again. However, this time, she repeatedly turned her head to gaze at Xianxia, and then looked ahead again. Xianxia's gaze brightened as he realized that she was trying to lead the way. With a local guide around, it was much better than if he just searched blindly. Left with no other choice anyway, he immediately moved and raced after her. Seeing as Xianxia started following her, the little girl stopped looking back as she accelerated her pace. Seeing this, Xianxia could confirm that she was really trying to lead him somewhere. There were no hindrances in front of them as they never came across any other small world manifestations. A long time later, the little girl stopped in front of a mountain valley and turned to look at Xianxia. There was a narrow path that led into the valley which looked very ordinary. However, after Xianxia released his divine sense, he realized that he couldn't detect anything, as though he was engulfed in a blinding fog. "Is she here?" Xianxia asked. The little girl balled up her fists and solemnly nodded. It was the first time she directly replied to Xianxia, so he was elated. After flashing an amiable smile at her, he said, "Thank you." It wasn't certain whether the little girl could understand him or not, but she had hung her head low with a blushing face. On the other hand, Xianxia strode towards the valley. Since he had come all the way here, he had to go in to have a look at whether or not Lan Xun was inside. Furthermore, something felt off about this place. The narrow path was only about several dozen meters long, and after passing through it, he arrived at the valley. Standing at the entrance, he couldn't help but be dazzled by the sight in front of him, which caused him to fall into a dazed state. It was a seemingly infinite field of flowers. They came in all sorts of colors: red, blue, white, gold, and so on as they bloomed in this valley. All of them were beautiful and lovely. There was also a faint glow that permeated the valley, which made the place look as attractive as a paradise. Xianxia had never been to Myriad's Flowers Valley, but he had heard that it was also a place that was filled with all sorts of beautiful flora. Now, it seemed that the number of flowers in this valley was comparable to that of Myriad Flowers Valley. If he could become a hermit and spend the rest of his life here, it would be an enjoyable life. However, the allure of the flowers couldn't entrance Xianxia forever. Soon, he noticed the figure that was in the middle of the field. The curvy figure was just lying on the flowers, which were supporting her weight despite their supposed frailty. She appeared to be sound asleep as her body rocked lightly with the wind. It was Lan Xun. She was indeed here. The little girl had really led him to her. It wasn't certain what had happened, but Xianxia could see that Lan Xun wasn't injured and had just lost consciousness. Seeing that, he heaved a sigh of relief. Since he had found her, he just had to come up with a way to bring her out of this place. Nevertheless, he didn't put his guard down. Although the flowers were beautiful, he knew that attractive things were always associated with danger. The reason Lan Xun had fallen asleep must have something to do with the seemingly infinite bed of flowers. He had also become wary because the little girl decided not to come into the valley with him. Thus, he released his divine sense to check the flowers in an attempt to find out what they were. The next moment, his expression was transformed by horror. The flowers appeared alluring to the naked eye, but when he investigated them with his divine sense, he realized that they were not really flowers. All of these lovely flowers were actually small world manifestations. Nevertheless, he wasn't too surprised as small world manifestations came in all sorts of forms. They could even turn into stones, let alone flowers. However, there were just too many of them. It could be said that every flower or grass was a world in and of itself. Xianxia knew that the world pagoda contained a lot of small worlds and sealed worlds, but he hadn't expected the number to be so staggering. How abstruse must this pagoda be? It was no wonder that Lan Xun had passed out. She was just lying on the flowers as the powers of small worlds and sealed worlds swept over her. So how was she able to persevere? The reason she wasn't hurt must have something to do with her bloodline and unique physique. After all, Bright Moon Great Emperor had refined this pagoda, and as his descendant, Lan Xun must have inherited his aura, which the pagoda could identify. However, the situation had become somewhat tricky. Lan Sun was lying on the flowers, and if Yang Kai wanted to bring her out, he had to pass through this field. Although these small worlds and sealed worlds wouldn't harm Lan Sun, the same couldn't be said of Yang Kai, which was why he was in a dilemma. Just then, a sigh was heard close to his ears, and following that, a light shot out from his body and landed on the ground before a figure revealed itself. Yang Kai was flabbergasted because he had no idea that there was a foreign body inside his own, which was inconceivable. He was a high-rank demon king, and his soul cultivation was stronger than any half-saints or pseudo-great emperors. Hence, it should have been impossible for anything to be planted in his body without his knowledge. However, the truth was that it wasn't until the sigh was heard and the light was seen that Yang Kai came to this realization, which caused him to be drenched in cold sweat. If the person who had used such a move on him wanted to kill him, he would have been dead long ago. Nevertheless, when he made out the figure, Yang Kai became excited as his eyes widened. At the same time, he felt his lips trembling as he said in a choking voice, "Senior," although the figure was facing away from him, he could never forget that person. The great emperor was killed by him, so he couldn't and wouldn't dare to forget him. Yang Kai had inherited the legacy and the star boundaries will from the person before his eyes. He thought that Bright Moon's soul had already vanished, so his eyes turned moist when he saw him again, even though it was just a remnant soul. Bright Moon was killed by Yang Kai on Eternal Sky Continent, and his corpse was still lying in the morning hall of Star Soul Palace, so it was impossible that he had been resurrected. Moreover, the figure before his eyes was quite translucent, very much unlikely to be a real body. The only explanation was that it was a remnant soul. Yang Kai wasn't even aware that Bright Moon Great Emperor's remnant soul had been planted in his body. The Great Emperor must have used some kind of secret technique before his death, and it wasn't until this day that it was triggered. The figure turned around and revealed an oddly young face, looking just like a 28-year-old young man who was still vibrant and energetic. Despite that, there was no doubt that the young man was Bright Moon. Presently, his expression was amiable as the smile on his face was bright. "Senior." Yang Kai hung his head low and cupped his fists. "There's no need to be overly formal with me. Stand up." Yang Kai's head still remained lowered. Bright Moon sighed. "It was my own choice, so it has nothing to do with you. If it were Iron Blood or Serene Soul or one of the others, they would have made the same decision. It's just that you've been affected. In truth, this king should be thanking you for not letting me die at the hands of the demon race." Yang Kai could understand what the great emperor was trying to say, but he still blamed himself for the fact that he had killed him. "Now it seems I must thank you again." Bright Moon kept a smile on his face. "Sooner did this, and you've readily come to her rescue." It was then Yang Kai lifted his head and stared at him in shock. "Senior, did you already anticipate this?" Bright Moon replied with a smile. "Sooner is my daughter, so I know her temperament well. She wants to refine the pagoda, but she isn't qualified yet. Since she insisted on coming here, this outcome is to be expected." It was because he had expected this outcome that he decided to leave his remnant soul with Yang Kai. He believed that if Yang Kai could safely leave the demon realm, the latter would surely come to Star Soul Palace, and if Lan Sun came across any danger, Yang Kai would do his utmost to save her. However, if Yang Kai lost his life in the demon realm, all efforts would be meaningless. "Where is this?" "The core of the world pagoda," Bright Moon replied calmly. "Since you've come here, I'm sure you're aware of what's going on in the pagoda. Presently, many small worlds and sealed worlds in the pagoda have turned into spirit manifestations. When this king was still alive, the power of my seal was able to ensure that the pagoda remained stable. Now that I have died, the seal has been weakened. All 5 floors have become one, and the space in the pagoda has become chaotic. It wouldn't have mattered if no external forces interfered. However, Sooner barged into this place to refine the pagoda, so it's only natural that the small worlds and sealed worlds show some reluctance and resistance. Though, with this king's seal still functional, they can't harm Sooner. They can make her fall asleep. 1,000 or maybe 10,000 years later, when my seal finally wears off, those manifestations will break free from the chains of the pagoda. Yang Kai couldn't completely understand him, but he had somewhat grasped the general idea, so he asked, "Senior, What should I do to save junior sister Lan and safeguard the pagoda? Without answering his question, Bright Moon asked, do you know how many small worlds and sealed worlds there are in this pagoda? Yang Kai knew that there were a lot, but he couldn't tell the exact number. After all, the area of flowers in front of him was expansive. In fact, Bright Moon didn't expect any answer from him as he subsequently said, there are exactly 10,000 of them. Upon hearing the number, Yang Kai couldn't help but gasp. Although he had already imagined it would be a large number, he was still surprised to learn that there were exactly 10,000 of them. Bright Moon went on to explain, the World Pagoda is an ancient exotic artifact, and although this king has refined it, I still can't completely comprehend its mysteries, so I still don't know how it is able to accommodate so many small worlds and sealed worlds. There must be a reason behind it, but it remains a mystery. However, out of the 10,000 worlds, one is now missing, so it has become 9,999. Although 9 is the largest single number, it isn't complete anymore when one is missing. Since the pagoda is not complete, it has definitely resulted in some flaws. That is how the current situation came about. Yang Kai asked curiously, one world is missing? Without answering his question, Bright Moon turned to look silently at him with a smile. With his face flushing and embarrassed, Yang Kai coughed, the Thousand Illusions Dream World? He suddenly recalled that when he finished training in the World Pagoda previously, he had taken away a certain butterfly. After he placed it in High Heaven Palace, the Thousand Illusions Dream World opened once more. So, the missing one was the butterfly he had taken away. Thinking back, Yang Kai realized that the butterfly was also a small world spirit manifestation. Since he had taken it away from the World Pagoda, it resulted in a single piece being missing from the 10,000 worlds. Yang Kai couldn't have expected that he was the reason behind all of this, so he was very embarrassed. When he left with the butterfly, he thought that no one had found out about it, so he had been gleeful for quite some time. However, it now seemed that the great emperor was already aware of it but decided to let him get away with it. Then, he recalled that when he left Star Soul Palace in the past, Bright Moon had intercepted him. Apparently, even back then, the great emperor was aware of what had happened. Bright Moon flashed a smile at him. It was your opportunity to have been able to take out a sealed world from this pagoda. No one can blame you. Certainly, Yang Kai knew that the great emperor was just trying to console him, so with a solemn expression, he said, this junior will return to High Heaven Palace and bring the Thousand Illusions Dream World back to complete the pagoda again. Bright Moon shook his head. You can't go out. The power I'm left with is only enough for me to open up the pagoda once. After I send you out of this place, you won't be able to come in again. A flabbergasted Yang Kai asked, what should I do then? If he couldn't bring the Thousand Illusions Dream World back, he couldn't make the World Pagoda whole again and solve the crisis facing Lan soon. However, if he left, he wouldn't be able to come back. He was in a dilemma. Bright Moon replied with a smile, you have to rely on yourself. What does senior mean? Yang Kai asked doubtfully. Since you're a master of the Tao of space, you should be able to create a world on your own. Yang Kai's gaze brightened when he heard that, then he asked, Senior, do you mean you want me to create a small world? Bright Moon nodded. Although there are 10,000 small worlds and sealed worlds, most of them are quite small and insignificant. They're just to make up the numbers, so a powerful world isn't required to make up for the current flaw. You just have to randomly create a small world. It was such a coincidence. Even without this trip to Star Soul Palace, Yang Kai would still attempt to create a world on his own at some point. He hadn't expected that after he entered the World Pagoda, Bright Moon would ask him to do exactly that. It seemed that it was his fate to do such a thing. Moreover, the reason the World Pagoda had become incomplete and unstable was that Yang Kai had taken the Thousand Illusions Dream World away, so he had to make up for it. Basically, it was cause and effect. In fact, he already had a small world, which was the sealed world bead. However, the bead was closely related to many other things as it was now the key to the war between the great worlds, so Yang Kai couldn't just place it in the World Pagoda. Even if he was willing to do so, the pagoda probably couldn't accept it. The World Pagoda might be able to accept the original sealed world bead. However, now that the bead had swallowed up a large area of the demon realm, part of it has become something similar to the demon realm. Therefore, the World Pagoda would probably be unable to take it in. Can you do it? Bright Moon looked smilingly at him. Yes. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Even if he didn't have the intention of making a small world right now, he would have to do it for the sake of the world pagoda and Lan Sun, to say nothing of the fact that he was intending on doing this anyways. Then, Yang Kai suddenly recalled something as he fished out a palm-sized mountain and placed it on his palm. "Senior, do you think this will suffice?" Bright Moon took a look and replied with a smile. "It seems that you're well prepared." Yang Kai couldn't help laughing as he replied, "I did not create it. The palm-sized mountain was a real mountain, not a fake one. The mountain was covered in forests and animals could be seen roaming around. They could also hear the tigers roar from time to time. Floating Mountain was refined by Li Wu-yi. It was given to Yang Kai some time ago to study the space principles involved in its creation, but he hadn't expected that it could be useful at this point. Yang Kai had roamed around the mountain once, so he already knew the mechanism behind it. Therefore, whether the mountain was still with him didn't matter anymore. It would be wonderful if the mountain could be used here. If it wasn't feasible, he would have to create a new world on his own. But he would need some time to do that. It might take him months or even years. As he observed Bright Moon's expression, Yang Kai believed that Floating Mountain should fit the bill, but he still asked, "Can it be used?" Bright Moon gently nodded. Although his figure was translucent, he was still able to pick up the mountain. After probing it, he said with a smile, "It was refined by Li Wu-yi, right? It wouldn't be difficult to come to this conclusion." In the entire star boundary, only Yang Kai and Li Wu-yi could be considered experts in the Tao of space. Since Yang Kai had said he didn't make it, the creator must be Li Wu-yi. "Yes," Yang Kai replied. "I obtained it some time ago." "Such a coincidence." Bright Moon smiled and nodded his head. "We can save a lot of time since we have it, and you can leave now. You're unable to help any further here." "Senior," Yang Kai said. However, Bright Moon lifted his hand to stop him and looked smilingly at him. "Since you've obtained the world's will of the star boundary, you should start working hard so that you'll not disappoint the world and everyone in it." Yang Kai fell silent for a moment before cupping his fists. "Junior will take your teachings to heart. Farewell, Senior." Having said his piece, Yang Kai turned around and walked out of the valley. He had just bid the great emperor farewell for the final time. He could feel a gale surging behind him as flowers and leaves shook violently. At the same time, world force swept across the area. After he left the valley, Yang Kai realized that the violent fluctuations had calmed and the narrow path seemed to have become an impenetrable barrier that sealed the storm within the valley. Looking up, he realized that there were no sun, moon, or stars in the sky within the world pagoda, only an endless void. Hearing a sound from a nearby spot, Yang Kai turned his head, only to see the timid little girl standing over there. As their eyes met, the little girl quickly lowered her head. Yang Kai smiled as he knew that she must be a being just like Taya. It was thanks to her that he was able to find Lan Sun. So he made a small bow to salute her. Surprisingly, the little girl flickered before disappearing. She was replaced by a green plant on the ground. The leaves were made up from even smaller compound leaves that looked like a shuttle that was used for weaving. The leaves folded inward and drooped as though they were too shy to meet anyone. Yang Kai was startled for a moment. Nevertheless, he soon recalled that Taya could also transform into both human form and the Thousand Illusions butterfly, so it was completely reasonable that the little girl could turn into two different forms. However, as an emperor alchemist, he couldn't recognize what kind of treasure this plant was. After observing it for a long time, he burst into laughter. It wasn't a treasure of any kind, but rather the most common type of flower. A petite shy plant was able to contain a small world. The world was truly vast and filled with wonders. Upon that revelation, Yang Kai finally understood why she was so timid. It was simply in her nature. Inside Star Soul Palace, a scarlet banner had covered the entire world pagoda. The banner was a manifestation of Iron Blood Great Emperor's cultivation. It could be said that Zhan Wuhen had fully used his power to suppress the pagoda's restlessness. Despite the fact that the Great Emperor had made a move, the pagoda was still buzzing and shaking from time to time as though it was trying to struggle out of the Iron Blood War banner's restriction. Lei Hong and the others were extremely nervous as they appeared to be in deep sorrow. Although Yang Kai had entered the pagoda, they had no idea what had been going on inside the building. If Yang Kai couldn't bring Lan Sun out of the pagoda, it would essentially cut off the future of Star Soul Palace. They didn't expect Yang Kai to solve the crisis regarding the World Pagoda, they just hoped that he could safely bring Lan Xun back. Although Zhan Wuhen was around, which ensured that the pagoda was temporarily safe, it was unlikely that he would stay in Star Soul Palace forever. Once he had to leave, if Yang Kai still hadn't managed to come back, it would be the end of the world for them. They wanted to ask Zhan Wuhen what was going on inside, but they knew that it was pointless because he probably had no idea either. All the leaders of Star Soul Palace could be seen with their brows knitted together as if they were on pins and needles. All of a sudden, Zhan Wuhen, who seemed to be taking a rest, opened his eyes and grunted in surprise. All the elders, who had been observing him, were shocked. Then Lei Hong quickly asked, "Senior, has anything happened?" Without replying to him, Zhan Wuhen lifted his hand, after which the Scarlet War banner undid the layers of restriction and turned into a red light as it shot into his body. Seeing this, everyone was elated. The reason the World Pagoda had remained stable was thanks to Zhan Wuhen's suppression. Now that he had put his Iron Blood War banner away, it meant that suppression on the pagoda was no longer needed, which meant that the internal trouble within the pagoda had been solved. As expected, even though the Red War banner had disappeared, there didn't seem to be anything unusual about the pagoda anymore. The 5-colored light stopped spilling out of the building, and the huge 5-colored treasure pagoda remained hovering in midair, turning slowly. The next moment, a figure abruptly appeared in front of the pagoda. Upon closer look, they realized that it was none other than Yang Kai, who had ventured into the pagoda earlier. There was a sense of guilt as well as relief on his face. Nevertheless, he could be seen with a calm expression as though a burden had been lifted off his chest. He had also become more energetic. However, only Yang Kai was seen as Lan Xun was still missing. The joy on the faces of Lei Hong and the others faded as their hearts fell. Knowing what they were worried about, Yang Kai immediately cupped his fists. "Fortunately, I have not failed my mission." What he had said suggested that he had solved the crisis in the World Pagoda, but what about Lan Xun? Lei Hong hurriedly asked, "Where is Her Highness?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Junior Sister Lan is fine, but she's still refining the World Pagoda. It will take her some time, perhaps as many as 3 to 5 years before she can come out." "She's still refining it?" Xiao Yuyang scowled. The pagoda descended into chaos exactly because Lan Xun attempted to refine it, so why was she still so obstinate? What puzzled them was why Yang Kai didn't dissuade her from doing so. Lei Hong and Xue Zhengmao shared the same thought as their expressions turned solemn as they were worried that something would happen to Lan Xun again. Yang Kai replied with a smile, "You need not worry because Junior Sister has Senior Bright Moon's help, so she will be all right." "The Great Emperor's help?" Lei Hong and the others were flabbergasted. Bright Moon's corpse was still lying in the morning hall, and his soul had been extinguished, so how was he able to help Lan Xun? Yang Kai quickly explained to them that the Great Emperor had planted a soul remnant on him, and upon hearing his explanation, Lei Hong and the others were finally able to relax. With Bright Moon's help, there wouldn't be any problem for Lan Xun to refine the World Pagoda. What she needed now was time. At that instant, all of them stopped worrying. However, when they recalled that the Great Emperor was truly dead and gone, they became mournful again. Previously, after Yang Kai left the valley in the World Pagoda, he waited for 2 days before Lan Xun suddenly sent him a divine sense message. After that, she sent him out of the pagoda. She wanted to stay there to refine the pagoda, and now that it was complete again, there was no more flaw that would trigger another crisis. Since the problem had been settled, there was no reason for Zhan Wuhen to stick around. He didn't even bid them farewell as he broke through the sky and left, only casting one last look towards the morning hall before he disappeared. Everyone bowed and saw him off. After that, everyone from Star Soul Palace kept thanking Yang Kai, who wouldn't dare to accept their gratitude. He asked Lei Hong and the others to lead the way for him so that he could offer condolences to the Great Emperor. Lan Xun wasn't around, so no one could formally mourn for him. Nevertheless, the Great Emperor wouldn't mind this kind of formality. Yang Kai knelt in front of the morning hall for 3 days before leaving Star Soul Palace. Just like what the Great Emperor had said, since Yang Kai had obtained such an opportunity, he had to redouble his efforts so as not to disappoint the world and those who lived in it. After this trip to Star Soul Palace, his mind became clearer, and the worries he had been carrying lightened significantly. Next, he headed to the Four Seasons realm at full speed. Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, Xiong Qi, and Lu Yen were all in the Four Seasons realm, and there hadn't been any news about them for years. Yang Kai didn't expect to be able to find them this time. He simply had to come to this place to launch an investigation to appease his parents. After he was done with the matter regarding the Four Seasons realm, he had to start solving the problem of the small sealed world. If the problem regarding the territories in the small sealed world wasn't solved, it couldn't go on devouring more continents in the demon realm, which was the key to resolving the war between the two worlds. Therefore, the matter had to be handled sooner rather than later. Several kilometers above the ground, Yang Kai was flying forward at full speed. 10 days later, he was approaching the valley where the entrance to the Four Seasons realm was located when a strange sound came from his waist. Yang Kai was startled as he wasn't sure what had happened. Then he stopped and searched around before realizing that the sound was coming from the token on his belt. It was the high-rank guest elder token from Azure Sun Temple, and the strange sound was a distress signal from an elder of Azure Sun Temple. When Yang Kai received the token and became a high-rank guest elder in the past, Gao Xueting had told him about its many uses. However, he hadn't come across this kind of situation before, so when the strange sound was heard earlier, he didn't realize what was happening right away. Upon recalling what Gao Xueting had told him, Yang Kai immediately understood that within 5,000 kilometers, an elder of Azure Sun Temple was in danger. Swiftly taking the token in hand, Yang Kai infused his divine sense into it. Following that, he sent a message and waited for a reply. The elder token wasn't just a status symbol, but also a communication artifact. Although Yang Kai had no idea which elder was in danger, he had to intervene. A moment later, a message appeared in the token. Yang Kai turned to look in a particular direction and stored the token. Space principles surged as his figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. At the same time, Yang Kai was elated because when he used instantaneous movement, he realized that the resistance he faced had become much weaker. He hadn't used instantaneous movement since he returned to the star boundary, so it wasn't until this moment that the realization dawned upon him. He understood that it was because of the great emperor's opportunity he now possessed. He had obtained the world's will of the star boundary, so the resistance he faced when tearing through space here had become weaker. A distance of 5,000 kilometers was neither far nor close. However, it would take any ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master some time to cross it even at full speed. On the other hand, it only took Yang Kai 3 instantaneous movements before he arrived at his destination. Lifting his head, he realized that the disciples of Azure Sun Temple were besieged and in a perilous situation. Many of them had been injured, and those seriously hurt had collapsed to the ground, their blood dyeing the earth crimson. At the front of the group was a young woman whose hair flapped in the wind. She was the leader among the more than 10 people of Azure Sun Temple. As she brandished her sword, it was apparent that she was fairly strong. Given the fact that she was in the First Order Emperor realm, she shouldn't have looked so battered. However, in order to protect the disciples under her command, she had no choice but to expose openings in her defense, which gave her enemies a chance to successfully attack her. The young woman was an old friend of Yang Kai's. She was one of the rising stars of Azure Sun Temple, Murong Xiao. There were more than 50 people who were attacking the Azure Sun Temple group. One of them was an Emperor Realm Master who, just like Murong Xiao, was a First-Order Emperor. However, be it this Emperor Realm Master or the other cultivators, they were all exuding rich demon chi, and their moves were all cruel and ruthless. Demon Heavenly Tao. That was the first thought that sprang into Yang Kai's mind. When he returned to the star boundary, Han Zhengqing had suspected that he too was from the Demon Heavenly Tao. At that time, Yang Kai still didn't know what the Demon Heavenly Tao was until Fan Xin explained it to him. It wasn't until this moment that he finally came across those from the Demon Heavenly Tao. They were all humans instead of demons. However, it wasn't certain what secret technique they had cultivated or what evil transformation they had gone through, as they had all developed demon chi. During the battle, their demon chi could be seen roiling, and at first glance they looked just like demons. Moreover, these people from the Demon Heavenly Tao were different from those humans who had been corrupted by demon chi that Yang Kai had come into contact with before. They were obviously still clear-headed, and their moves were orderly. The Emperor Realm Master's cultivation was similar to that of Murong Xiao's, and if they were in a one-on-one battle, Yang Kai believed that Murong Xiao would emerge the victor. After all, she was a core disciple of Azure Sun Temple, so ordinary cultivators weren't comparable to her. However, this Emperor Realm Master was extremely wicked. While he was in a battle against Morong Xiao, he kept attacking the other disciples from Azure Sun Temple, which had effectively distracted her. In that case, she had less energy to protect herself, which was why she had been injured. Furthermore, the number of people on Azure Sun Temple's side was much smaller than that of their enemies. So it was just a matter of time before they would be defeated. That was the reason Morong Xiao had to send a distress signal asking for help. She wasn't aware that Yang Kai was nearby, she simply sought help from anyone she could. When Yang Kai arrived, the Emperor Realm Master from the Demon Heavenly Dao saw an opening and pounced on Morong Xiao. The demon chi-wielding Emperor Realm Master was extremely burly, and there were two huge copper hammers in his hands, demon chi swirling about them. As he grinned, he swept a hammer at her waist. At the same time, he wielded his other hammer at a disciple beside Morong Xiao. The hammers swung at two people at the same time, and Morong Xiao had just used up her strength blocking a previous attack, so she was no longer able to mount an effective defense. She also realized that she could hardly use her Emperor Chi anymore. At this moment, she only had two choices: she could either protect herself or save the other disciple. Without hesitation, she lifted her sword, and as a cold glint flashed across her weapon, she decided not to protect herself or the other disciple. Instead, she pushed out her sword at the enemy's eyes. She appeared like any other frail young woman, but at this moment, she displayed the staunch resoluteness of a warrior. At such a life-or-death moment, Morong Xiao was resolute in her strike. Her sword-holding hand was extremely steady, and her eyes were clear. Upon seeing that, Yang Kai couldn't help but cheer for her. The Emperor Realm Master from the Demon Heavenly Dao had made a dastardly move. With two hammers coming at both of them, if Morong Xiao chose to protect herself, the other disciple would be hurt, and vice versa. Whatever decision she would make, one of them would either be injured or die. If she were to fall here, all the disciples from Azure Sun Temple around her wouldn't stand a chance to survive. That was the reason she decided to forego defense and instead attack. This was more than just a simple tactic, as she was truly prepared to sacrifice herself. The Emperor Realm Master from the Demon Heavenly Dao could either kill her or a disciple from Azure Sun Temple. But the price he had to pay was that he would be severely injured. If he was unlucky, he might even accompany them to hell. Therefore, Morong Xiao used all her strength in this strike. Since Morong Xiao could assess the risks, there was no way the enemy Emperor Realm Master hadn't as well. Seeing that a cold glint flashed across her sword as she was thrust at him, ready to perish together if necessary, he couldn't help cursing out loud. Without evading her attack, he brought his two hammers together and smashed them at the disciple from Azure Sun Temple instead of Morong Xiao. There was a sneer on the Emperor Realm Master's face. "Since you want to risk everything, I'll grant your wish and bet mine as well." His demon chi surged as he brought down his two hammers like they were millstones, which blocked out all the sunlight. As Death's aura approached the Azure Sun Temple disciple, his face turned ashen. Morong Xiao was dumbfounded, as she hadn't expected that her enemy would be so ruthless. Even though he would surely be wounded, he was still determined to kill her companion. At that instant, her mind went blank, and a tinge of hesitation flashed across her clear gaze. That hesitation only lasted a short moment, though, as she quickly withdrew her sword and brandished her weapon in a slowing manner. Following that, she took a step to the side and pushed the disciple away before facing the immensely powerful attack on her own. At the most critical moment, she still decided to protect her junior brother and sacrifice herself. The Emperor Realm Master had seen through her thoughts, so the sneer on his face widened as he mercilessly brought down his hammers. All the Azure Sun Temple's disciples exclaimed in sorrow. Seeing that Morong Xiao was about to die, they certainly wanted to save her. However, they were too weak and the number of people on their side was too low. They couldn't even protect themselves, so how were they going to save her? They could do nothing but watch her get attacked. At that moment, their eyes widened as they all looked on with worry. At such a critical moment, the young woman pulled herself together and her expression became completely calm. Presently, images were flashing across her mind in a rapid manner. She was accepted into Azure Sun Temple when she was still a child. After she became a disciple and started cultivating, there had always been a cold-looking man by her side who worked hard with her. Her elders and senior brothers and sisters genuinely cared about her, and though her junior brothers and sisters could be naughty at times, they too adored her. She had always heard that a person would see their life flash before their eyes just before they died. Am I dying? Is that why I'm seeing and thinking about all of this? Do I have any regrets? I probably don't. Without the temple, I would have died of hunger a long time ago. Without the temple, even if I survived, I would have become an ordinary person, never achieving such powerful cultivation. In order to protect the temple, she could sacrifice herself and die with no regrets. However, the only thing she felt guilty about was that she couldn't protect the disciples around her and bring them to safety. As an elder of Azure Sun Temple who was in the Emperor realm, it was the responsibility she was charged with. Nevertheless, none of it mattered now. All of them could be companions on their road to the Yellow Springs as they had a good chat and laugh. If they came across any enemies once they reached the next life, they could fight alongside one another again. Faced with this attack, her defense quickly collapsed. She had hastily set up her guard, so she was unable to parry the enemy's violent strike at all. Just when the hammers were about to strike her, though, she saw a familiar figure once again. He didn't grow up in Azure Sun Temple, but he was still like a family member who had also become a part of the temple. Seeing that Xianxia was flashing a smile at her, Murong Xiao responded with a sweet smile of her own. She thought that he was just an illusion before her death. But the next moment, the towering figure appeared right in front of her. In an instant, the violent chi and wind that had been swirling around the hammers disappeared as they were blocked by the figure. The storm had also turned calm. At this moment, Murong Xiao felt like she was a boat that had returned to the harbor, not having to worry about the raging ocean anymore. With a loud clang, the millstone-sized hammers shot into the sky, and the Emperor Realm Master, who had just been on the attack, was sent flying back like a loose sack. As his demon chi undulated, he sprayed out a mouthful of blood mid-air. The turn of events caused Murong Xiao to fall into a dazed state, and those from the demon Heavenly Tao were dumbfounded as well. It wasn't until the Emperor Realm Master fell to the ground with a loud thud that all of them came to their senses. Both groups of people were seen with different expressions. The disciples from Azure Sun Temple were pleasantly surprised as they knew that a strong master had come to their rescue. They were about to get killed when things turned around all of a sudden, which reinvigorated them greatly. On the other hand, the expressions of those from the demon Heavenly Tao were transformed by shock as they stared at Xianxia in horror. At the same time, they were trembling uncontrollably. They had no idea how powerful Xianxia was, but their leader was sent flying back as his emperor artifacts were knocked from his hands, which went to show that this newcomer was unimaginably strong. Hence, all of them started retreating from the disciples of Azure Sun Temple. After gathering together, they stared vigilantly at Xianxia. However, Xianxia didn't even spare them a glance as he looked coldly at the Emperor Realm Master, who was lying on the ground. The Emperor Realm Master had been severely injured as the vitality in his body had become a mess. At that moment, he realized that he couldn't even get up. After several attempts, he staggeringly got to his feet, but a huge dent could be seen on his chest. He pressed his hand against his chest and could not help but hunch over. There was an extremely bitter taste in his mouth as blood continuously streamed out from the corners of his lips. Staring fixedly at Xianxia, he asked through clenched teeth, "Who are you?" He was frustrated that he was beaten out of nowhere. More importantly, he didn't even make out what his opponent looked like before he was struck. At this moment, he could see the opponent clearly. The person was a brave and heroic young man who for some reason looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who the latter was. Xianxia wanted to tell him that he had no right to know his name, but Murong Xiao suddenly exclaimed, "Xianxia? Senior Brother Yang." Her voice was filled with disbelief. It was truly unbelievable for her. After all, in Tiger Roar City a few years ago, Xianxia had suffered from cultivation dissonance and been demonified before he fled from the star boundary. Over the years, there hadn't been any news about him. When she saw Xianxia earlier, she thought that it was just an illusion before her death. She couldn't have believed that he would really appear and that he would save her life at the most critical moment. After his identity was revealed by Murong Xiao, Xianxia turned around and flashed a smile at her. "Junior sister, please take a rest for now. I'll chat with you later. Although Murong Xiao was alive, she was still slightly injured. Her breathing had become unsteady because she was attacked with the hammers earlier. Now that she had confirmed it was really Yang Kai before her, her face started flushing. Part of the reason was that she was agitated, but the main reason was that she was suffering from internal injury. Upon hearing what Yang Kai had said, she nodded and closed her eyes. Since Yang Kai was around, no one could hurt them now. That was why she didn't have to worry about anything. Yang Kai? You're Yang Kai. The Emperor Realm Master was still hesitant when he asked the question for the first time, but his voice was soon filled with shock when he asked it the second time. Practically everyone in the Star Boundary knew who Yang Kai was. Although he might not be as famous as the great emperors, he was definitely a widely known figure. Furthermore, he had become a legend after he, an Emperor Realm Master, managed to escape during a battle against Iron Blood Great Emperor. The Emperor Realm Master had already found Yang Kai familiar, and upon hearing his name, he could finally confirm his identity. He had seen Yang Kai's pictures previously, which was why he could faintly remember what the latter looked like. However, he couldn't understand why Yang Kai would appear here at this time. Just like what was on Murong Xiao's mind, he recalled that Yang Kai had fled to the demon realm, so why would he be here all of a sudden? Nevertheless, since Yang Kai had made a move against him, it meant that he was an enemy. Upon learning Yang Kai's identity, the Emperor Realm Master quickly bit his tongue and sprayed out a mouthful of blood essence. At the same time, a blood mist gushed out of his body as he turned into a stream of light and retreated. He knew that he had to run for his life. Nonetheless, Yang Kai just stared at him with a sneer, like how the Emperor Realm Master himself was looking mockingly at Murong Xiao earlier. 10 kilometers. 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers, 50 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, the Emperor Realm Master had fled for more than 50 kilometers and was still fleeing at full speed. Just then, a restrictive power appeared out of thin air, which caused him to abruptly stop. Following that, he felt the world around him spinning. The next moment, he returned to his original spot where somehow, a large hand was now clenching his neck, holding him up like a helpless chicken. Staring at the young man's face that was just arm's length away, the Emperor Realm Master felt his face turning ashen. Right then, shrieks were heard as those from Demon Heavenly Dao quickly dispersed in all directions. Just now, they saw Yang Kai reach out, after which their strongest cultivator was captured. Apparently, the gap between their strength was even greater than they imagined. It would be akin to waiting for death if they stayed there, but if they tried to flee, there was still a chance to survive, thus it was an easy choice to make for them. Seeing this, the disciples from Azure Sun Temple wanted to stop them, but they were unable to do so. All of them were injured and exhausted. Moreover, they had a smaller number of people, so they could only watch as their enemies fled. At that moment, Yang Kai waved his hand, upon which a beautiful woman appeared out of thin air. Everyone was dumbfounded as they had no idea how this lady appeared all of a sudden. The woman also appeared startled as she didn't know what was going on. The next moment, Yang Kai could be heard ordering, "Kill them all." The woman batted her eyes and took a look at those from Demon Heavenly Dao who were fleeing, then she replied with a smile, "I'm finally able to stretch a little. You have no idea how bored I was in there." Upon finishing her words, she grabbed something from the void, after which a bow appeared in her hand. The bow had a smooth outline and it looked as beautiful as an eagle. Strong fluctuations exuded from the bow, so it was apparently an extraordinary artifact. The disciples from Azure Sun Temple were still wondering who the woman was when they saw her artifact, which caused them to frown. That was because black chi could be seen swirling around it, which made it obvious it was a demon artifact. Besides a demon artifact, the woman also had demon chi. When the woman, who appeared earlier, activated the demon artifact, demon chi could be seen swirling around her. Then, of course, there was the pair of white wings behind her back. Unlike those from Demon Heavenly Dao, she was clearly a real demon. The disciples of Azure Sun Temple exclaimed, and the Emperor Realm Master, whose neck was clenched by Yang Kai, widened his eyes in disbelief. Most people wouldn't be able to tell the difference between those from Demon Heavenly Dao and real demons unless the demons had very conspicuous features. Boya had such features. Previously, the demons had invaded the star boundary, and internally, those from Demon Heavenly Dao had been making a scene everywhere. It could be said that they were facing both external and internal threats, so they were in a perilous situation. A lot of demons had hidden in the star boundary to carry out their plan in secret. However, why would this demon listen to Yang Kai's commands to make things difficult for those from Demon Heavenly Dao? Weren't those from Demon Heavenly Dao and the demons supposed to be one family? The feathered demon knocked the arrow on her bow before drawing and loosening it. At that instant, all those from Demon Heavenly Dao fell to the ground as they were killed on the spot. They hadn't even fled for more than 10 kilometers when all of them lost their lives. Only the Emperor Realm Master, who had been captured by Yang Kai, was still alive. Wuxia once again placed an arrow on her bow as the tip of the arrow was pressed against the Emperor Realm Master's forehead. She broke out a smile which was equal parts alluring and terrifying. The Emperor Realm Master was drenched in cold sweat. But Yang Kai pushed the arrow away and used his demon chi to lay down several seals, causing this man to collapse to the ground, paralyzed. Yang Kai still had no idea what had happened, so he had to wait for Murong Xiao to awaken and ask her about it before deciding how to deal with this Emperor Realm Master. Since they were no longer in any danger, the disciples from Azure Sun Temple heaved a sigh of relief. With their bodies still injured, they shuffled towards Yang Kai and thanked him. Yang Kai was a guest elder of Azure Sun Temple, so since the disciples were in danger, it was expected of him to lend them a hand. After a few words of motivation, he told them to attend to their wounds. Wuxia was curious about the Emperor Realm Master, so she crouched down and observed him. Despite her sweet smile, the Emperor appeared horrified as though he was being gazed at by a deadly scorpion. A moment later, Yang Kai turned to look in a particular direction, only to see a beam of light approaching at lightning speed. When the light landed on the ground, a white-robed figure was revealed. The person was handsome with a pair of bright eyes, and the white clothes he was clad in were spotless, but his expression was slightly cold. "Xiao Bai, it's been too long." Yang Kai flashed a smile at him. Xiao Bai, Murong Xiao, and Xiaxang were the rising stars of Azure Sun Temple. Now that all three of them had reached the Emperor Realm, they had naturally become elders. Presently, Xiaxang was on the battlefield in the Western Territory while Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao were guarding the temple in the Southern Territory. Earlier, Murong Xiao sent a message to seek Xiao Bai's help. It was just that Yang Kai had arrived faster. Xiao Bai was leading a group of disciples at that time, but in order to save his junior sister, he went on ahead at full speed. "Yang Kai!" Xiao Bai frowned as he took a look at Yang Kai and then Wuxia, who was crouching down nearby. All of a sudden, his Emperor Chi surged as he launched himself at Yang Kai. At the same time, an immensely powerful sword wave was seen slashing at him. With a smile, Yang Kai lifted his hand and pinched the sword from both sides using only 2 fingers. At that instant, the sword wave fell apart as the blade, which was as thin as a cicada's wings, was wedged between Yang Kai's fingers. The blade was buzzing continuously, but no matter how hard Xiao Bai pushed his Emperor Chi, he realized that he couldn't move his sword one bit. In just one move, his Emperor artifact was firmly grasped by someone using his bare hand, stunning him greatly. Before Xiao Bai could react, Wuxia had dashed forward and drew an arrow which she pressed against Xiao Bai's temple, just like what she had done to the Emperor Realm Master earlier. Sensing the dangerous aura on the tip of the arrow, Xiao Bai wouldn't dare to move a muscle. However, his already cold expression had turned even colder. He had fallen into a trap instead of saving his junior sister, which was why he was displeased. "Can I kill him?" Wuxia asked with a tilted head. "Behave." Yang Kai put on a hollow laugh and shot her a glare. Wuxia pressed her lips together and stored her arrow. Then, she went back to the Emperor Realm Master and crouched down again to examine him. "Senior Brother Xiao, it was Senior Brother Yang who saved us." Murong Xiao opened her eyes and said in a weakened voice. In fact, after Xiao Bai made a move, he immediately realized that he was mistaken. That was because there were many corpses on the ground who weren't disciples of Azure Sun Temple. Also, judging from the power Yang Kai had showcased, if he wanted to harm the temple's disciples, Murong Xiao and the others would have lost their lives by now. More importantly, Murong Xiao had closed her eyes to adjust her breathing. If she didn't have complete trust in Yang Kai, she wouldn't have done such a thing. Now, her words had confirmed his speculation, but he still said with a frown, "I need an explanation." In his mind, Yang Kai was still a traitor to the star boundary who had fled to the demon realm. That was why when he saw Xianxia here just now, and that Murong Xiaoxiao was injured, he had a misunderstanding and directly made a move. It was too complicated to explain everything to him, and Xianxia didn't want to waste his time, so he fished out a token and tossed it at him. Xiao Baiyi caught the token, and upon seeing that the number 61st was engraved on it, he was stunned and felt somewhat dizzy. He had been to the battlefield in the Western Territory and worked under an army commander, so he knew what this token represented. The great emperors had personally forged these tokens and given them to the different army commanders. Every token contained a great emperor's divine ability which could be used to save the owner's life at a critical moment. The token was clearly genuine as the heavy great emperor aura on it made it difficult for him to breathe. However, since when did a 61st army exist in the star boundary? Haven't you heard the news yet? Seeing his expression, Xianxia realized that Xiao Baiyi knew nothing about the 61st army. When did it happen? Xiao Baiyi asked with a frown. Half a month ago. Xiao Baiyi was relieved and gently nodded. Over the past month, Junior Sister and I have been outside the temple. It was because of this reason that they hadn't heard about this news yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attacked Xianxia on sight. With the token on both palms, he respectfully passed it back to Xianxia. Then, he cupped his fists and called out reluctantly, "Senior Brother Yang." In the past, they were all Dao Source Realm juniors who entered the Four Seasons realm together. Now Murong Xiaoxiao and Xia Shang were still just First-Order Emperor realm, but Xianxia had already become the army commander of the 61st Army. Xiao Baiyi couldn't even see through Xianxia's cultivation, but as an army commander, there was no way the latter's cultivation was lower than Third-Order Emperor realm. I can't believe he's already a Third-Order Emperor. How does he even cultivate? Does he have a stash of miracle pills or something? What are you all doing here? Xianxia asked curiously. Although they were still in the Southern Territory, this place was pretty far from Azure Sun Temple. A group of disciples wouldn't come to such a place on their own accord. Moreover, two elders were leading two separate teams, so it was apparent that they were on some kind of mission. Since he had come across them, Xianxia definitely had to ask them about it. Xiao Baoyi replied, "We were investigating those from the demon Heavenly Dao. The star boundary was facing external as well as internal troubles. If the demons were their known opponents, then those from demon Heavenly Dao were the enemies within. It was said that it was easy to dodge a spear in the light, but hard to avoid an arrow in the dark. Since the rise of demon Heavenly Dao in recent years, countless people in the star boundary had been wounded or killed by them, so all those loyal to the star boundary were very resentful of them. Nevertheless, those from demon Heavenly Dao were normally well hidden and rarely exposed any flaws. In terms of collective power, demon Heavenly Dao were definitely no match for the true demon forces. However, they were sly individuals who conducted sabotage and intrigue which caused much disruption in the star boundary, forcing a great many to be unable to take part in the war. All sects in all four territories of the star boundary had to leave some top cultivators behind to guard their sects for fear that those from demon Heavenly Dao would invade if they left. Over the course of the past few years, countless small and medium sects had been destroyed through various plots and schemes. Even some first-class sects had suffered grave damage and nearly been destroyed. Hence, whenever traces of the demon Heavenly Dao were found in the star boundary, they would be hunted down and killed mercilessly. 2 years ago, in the Southern Territory, Star Soul Palace led all other sects to examine themselves for any hidden traitors and also launched a large-scale attack on the enemy forces. They had managed to destroy more than 10 strongholds, causing demon Heavenly Dao's power to be significantly reduced. However, it was impossible to kill all the scorpions in the dark as some of them inevitably escaped to fight again. 1 month ago, Azure Sun Temple got wind that some people from demon Heavenly Dao were up to something. They suspected that there was a hidden stronghold around this area, so Murong Xiaoxiao and Xiao Baiyi led 2 teams to launch an investigation. Somehow, though, word got out and they were ambushed instead, resulting in Murong Xiaoxiao and her team almost being wiped out. Fortunately, Xianxia was nearby and managed to come to their rescue. Otherwise, Xiao Baiyi would have only arrived to find corpses here. After hearing her narration, Xianxia asked, "So, you don't even know how your whereabouts got exposed?" Murong Xiaoxiao shook her head and replied with a frown, "I don't think we've exposed anything on our side." That was what puzzled her. Her enemy was just as powerful as she was, and she had been careful when tracking them. However, she hadn't expected that they would still fall into the enemy's trap and almost lose their lives here. Xianxia said with a smile, "It has nothing to do with whether you exposed your whereabouts or not. If someone sent a message warning them, it would be pointless regardless of how careful you were." The expression on Murong Xiaoxiao's pale face changed when she heard that. Then she said in a small voice, "Senior brother, you mean, there's a traitor." Upon finishing his words, Xianxia turned to look at a certain petite woman. He had already noticed this female disciple when he arrived. He initially thought that her aura was just a little strange and didn't read too much into it, but upon hearing what Murong Xiaoxiao said, he finally realized why this woman's aura was odd. Still crouching in front of the Emperor Realm Master, Boya said without lifting her head, "I thought you didn't notice it. You knew as well?" Xianxia looked down at her and happened to see her fair chest from where he stood. Boya snorted and pointed at the Emperor Realm Master. "Both of them have a putrid smell about them." Xiao Baiyi's face fell as he stared coldly at the petite female disciple, while Murong Xiaoxiao still appeared to be in disbelief. The other disciples also appeared doubtful as they had no idea what had happened. The petite woman's expression became awkward as she was stared at by so many people. She forced a smile and asked bashfully, "Elders, what's wrong?" Xiao Baiyi didn't reply to her, while Xianxia's lips curved into a playful smile. Murong Xiaoxiao directly asked, "Duan, are you part of Demon Heavenly Dao?" Murong Xiaoxiao found it hard to accept the possibility that one of her junior sisters might be from Demon Heavenly Dao. It wouldn't have mattered if the disciple was someone else. However, Duan had just suffered from a serious injury in the battle and blood was still streaming out of her wounds, dyeing her clothes red. How was it possible that such a disciple was from Demon Heavenly Dao? Nevertheless, since this was Xianxia's speculation, she couldn't take it lightly. 2 years ago, all the sects and families had wiped out a lot of moles that had been planted by Demon Heavenly Dao. After that, a lot of sects and families saw their foundations severely damaged. It was still alright for Azure Sun Temple as they only had found several dozen such disciples, but if Duan was really from Demon Heavenly Dao, it meant that they hadn't wiped out all the traitors 2 years ago. It also suggested that there were probably still many traitors within Azure Sun Temple as well as the other sects. If such a storm took place again, the star boundary would descend into chaos. At the thought of this, Murong Xiaoxiao felt her heart sink. Upon hearing the words that were spoken, all the disciples from Azure Sun Temple had their expressions changed drastically as they turned to look at Duan, who appeared dumbfounded. In an aggrieved voice, she protested, "Elders, please don't misunderstand. I'm not from Demon Heavenly Dao. It's not true." Murong Xiaoxiao shifted her attention to Xianxia, who said impassively, "You don't have the final say in determining whether it's true or that you've been wronged. Look into my eyes." After he finished speaking, his right eye became pitch black as though it had turned into a black hole that could devour all light in this world. Duan instinctively stared at him and couldn't move her eyes away again. As their eyes met, she started trembling uncontrollably as black qi began leaking from her petite figure. Initially, the black qi looked like thin threads, but after a few breaths, it burst out of her body like a rising tide and engulfed her completely. As her demon qi undulated, she exuded a very violent aura. No more questions were needed as the answer was right before their eyes. The expressions of those disciples had been transformed by shock, and Xiao Baiyi heaved a sigh while Murong Xiaoxiao was stunned. After her identity was exposed, Duan stopped appearing frightened as though she had turned into a completely different person. As she howled, she pounced on the disciple nearest her. She knew that she wasn't powerful enough to battle against any one of the Emperor Realm Masters present. So she just wanted to hold someone hostage so that she could flee from this place. Her targeted disciple was still reeling from the shock, and he was injured, so he was unable to react in any way. It was too late when he realized that Duan was within arm's reach of him. In his heart, he thought that he was doomed, so he closed his eyes and waited for death. Fortunately, he didn't lose his life as Xianxia managed to capture Duan before she could do any harm. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't struggle out of the invisible grip, so in despair, she screamed, "This world will belong to the demons sooner or later. If you're still so obstinate, you'll die a dog's death." If you want to survive, follow me and side with Demon Heavenly Dao and you might still have a chance to live. Her identity had been exposed and she had been captured by Yang Kai. However, instead of pleading with him, she threatened them in an arrogant manner. Morong Xiao was heartbroken as the Du Wan she remembered wasn't like this. Yang Kai asked with a smile, "Did those from Demon Heavenly Dao tell you this?" Du Wan snorted, "The star boundary has constantly been on the retreat on the battlefield in the Western Territory because the demon armies are overwhelming. One of the great emperors has also lost his life in the demon realm. When the demon saints make a move, no one in the star boundary will be able to resist them." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "The information you have is outdated. I guess you're not aware of the changes that have taken place on the battlefield." "What do you mean?" Du Wan asked coldly. Yang Kai replied, "The passage between the two worlds has been sealed off, so the support behind the demon armies has been severed. The top cultivators from the demon race are unable to break the barrier either. Although there is a large number of demons still in the Western Territory, it's just a matter of time before they're defeated." Du Wan was startled for a moment before saying grimly, "Stop lying to me." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Whether or not you believe me, it will not affect the current state of affairs." Du Wan fell silent for a moment before a dangerous aura exuded from her body. The demon chi around her could be seen roiling as though she was about to explode at any moment. At the same time, she sneered, "I'll wait for you all on the other side." Having been detained by Yang Kai, she knew that there was no way she could escape, so she decided to kill herself in a resolute manner. Perhaps her temperament had changed after she was invaded by demon chi, so she had started acting more and more like a real demon. Morong Xiao's expression changed drastically as she exclaimed, "Heavenly demon blood explosion. Senior brother, watch out." Certainly, Yang Kai was aware of the changes in Du Wan's aura. Although he had no idea what this heavenly demon blood explosion was, he could guess that it was a secret technique that allowed her to self-destruct. Therefore, he quickly pushed his demon chi to suppress her. Unexpectedly, he had failed in his attempt to do so. As Du Wan cackled, her petite figure started expanding as though she would explode in the next moment. Yang Kai frowned and waved his hand, after which Du Wan disappeared abruptly and the dangerous aura vanished into thin air. Although she was from Demon Heavenly Dao, she was still an Azure Sun Temple's disciple. She had simply been affected by demon chi, and if she could be saved, there was a chance that her original temperament could be restored. Yang Kai didn't want to kill her, nor would he allow her to self-destruct, so he decided to keep her in the small sealed world for now. Given his absolute power in the small sealed world, Yang Kai could easily stop Du Wan from exploding. As expected, after she was sent into the small sealed world and suppressed by its world force, her violent aura quickly diminished and died down. Seeing their junior sister vanish into thin air, all the disciples of Azure Sun Temple were astounded. Xiao Baiyi and Morong Xiao looked inquisitively at Yang Kai as they wondered where he had sent her, and only after Yang Kai explained to them were they able to set their minds at ease. However, Morong Xiao felt her heart growing heavy as there was a traitor in her team. Xiao Baiyi had also led a team of his own, and it was possible that there might be a traitor within his team as well. Fortunately, Yang Kai and Boya were able to point out anyone with demon chi, so they would just have to take a look at the other team of people later to be sure. "What have you found out?" Yang Kai looked over at Boya. Boya replied, "This should be some kind of blood demon secret technique, but I've never heard of it. I guess they developed it recently." The people from Demon Heavenly Dao were able to retain their sentience after they were corrupted by demon chi. They were also able to mingle with those from the star boundary without anyone noticing anything wrong with them. This was an issue that had confounded the star boundary for years now, but if they could figure out how this secret technique worked, they might be able to detect those from Demon Heavenly Dao in the future. That was why Boya had been examining the captured Emperor Realm Master. Upon hearing that it was a blood demon secret technique, Yang Kai arched his brow and sent his divine sense into the small sealed world. Then, he revealed an image of himself in front of Baizhua and Baiya. Although Baizhua was Yu Ru Meng's subordinate, he was also a blood demon. If those from Demon Heavenly Dao were using a blood demon secret technique, Baizhua might know a thing or two. When his image appeared, he also summoned over Du Wan. Her heavenly demon blood explosion had been suppressed, so she had failed in her attempt to self-destruct. At this moment, She was silently lying on the ground, passed out. Her original form had been restored, and with her body curled up, she looked rather pitiful. "Brother Yang, what's wrong?" Baizhua took a look at Du Wan and asked. Yang Kai questioned, "Brother Baizhua, I remember that you fought on the two worlds battlefields several times, right?" Baizhua nodded. The war had been ongoing for several years, so Baizhua had moved between the battlefield and the demon realm a number of times. Then, have you ever heard of demon heavenly Tao before? Yang Kai pointed at Du Wan. Baizhua replied with a smile. Of course. What's wrong? Is this woman from demon heavenly Tao? Yes. Yang Kai nodded his head. Boya said that this woman has been affected by some blood demon secret technique, so I wanted you to check on her and see whether she can be saved. Upon hearing that, Baizhua replied, those from demon heavenly Tao have indeed been planted with a blood demon secret technique, but I'm not exactly sure what technique it was because I wasn't responsible for this matter. However, I can give her an examination and see whether she can be saved. I cannot guarantee anything, but I'll do my best. Then I shall have to trouble you, Brother Baizhua. Don't mention it, Brother Yang. Suddenly recalling something, Yang Kai asked, by the way, when the real demons like you see those from demon heavenly Tao, can you tell them apart? Baizhua took a look at the unconscious Du Wan and replied, I can. Although her demon chi is well hidden, there are still some traces. Baya nodded on the side and indeed. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai lifted his hand upon which a person appeared beside him. He was the first demon that Yang Kai had put in the small sealed world, Hualuan. He seemed to be meditating when Yang Kai summoned him from the triangularly arrayed peaks, so his legs remained crossed. A moment later, he realized that something was off, and when he opened his eyes, he was shocked to see so many people around. So he quickly saluted Yang Kai. Yang Kai got straight to the point by pointing at Du Wan. Look at this woman. Can you see anything special about her? Hualuan had no idea what was going on, so he carefully examined Yang Kai's expression for a moment before shifting his attention to Du Wan. A long time later, he replied cautiously, she's young and petite. Also, she looks rather ordinary and there's nothing special about her figure. Yang Kai lifted his hand to stop him. Have you noticed anything else? Anything else? Immensely pressured, Hualuan gulped. Senior, you mean she's been invaded by demon chi? Really? A shocked Hualuan lowered his head to study Du Wan again, then he shook his head repeatedly. I can't tell she's been invaded by demon chi. That was indeed strange. Boya could detect the demon chi in her body while Hualuan had failed to do so, despite their cultivations being quite close. Hualuan was a low-rank demon king, so if he couldn't notice anything, it meant that the demon chi within those from demon heavenly Tao was really well hidden. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai figured that Boya must have simply been born with extremely sharp vision. After all, she was a feather demon and she had cultivated an eye secret technique, which was why she was able to see things that others couldn't. While Yang Kai's projected image was having a discussion with Baizhua and Baya in the small sealed world, he didn't stay idle in the outside world as he told Boya to interrogate the Emperor Realm Master to find out the whereabouts of the demon heavenly Tao strongholds. Those from demon heavenly Tao were normally well hidden among ordinary people. However, since this person was an emperor, he must have the right to obtain information that was not available to the common disciples. Now that they had captured him, they had to pry more information out of him. Boya didn't disappoint as a demon king. Although interrogation wasn't her speciality, she had her methods. Yang Kai had planted a seal on the Emperor Realm Master, so he was unable to move a muscle. Soon, he couldn't take it anymore and confessed everything. Demon Heavenly Tao had many strongholds, but this emperor was only aware of the one he came from in White Colt Town. According to him, White Colt Town might appear to be an ordinary town, but many of those from Demon Heavenly Tao were hidden in it. They mingled well with other residents and looked just like normal everyday people. When they were summoned, they would head to different locations to carry out missions. The reason he came to this place was that he was summoned. However, on his way to his destination, he realized that some people were following him. Being cautious, he decided to make a detour to find out who the stalkers were. Just then, he received a message from Du Wan. Upon learning about the number of people on Azure Sun Temple's side and their overall strength, He decided to beat them at their own game by ambushing Murong Xiao's team. The following development of the incident was what Yang Kai had seen when he arrived. "There's no demon heavenly Dao stronghold around here?" Xiao Bai frowned upon hearing that. "Then what are you doing here?" "I have no idea." The Emperor Realm Master from Demon Heavenly Dao shook his head. "I was just following orders." "Who told you to come here?" Xiao Bai asked. "I don't know." Right after he finished speaking, Boya, who had been crouching in front of him, flashed an alluring smile at him and placed her slender hand on his shoulder. Then she circulated her demon chi and infused it into his body. The next moment, the Emperor Realm Master let out a grunt of pain. There seemed to be a small snake roaming beneath his bare skin, which was a horrifying sight. After just 3 breaths of time, his eyes turned bloodshot and he started howling as though he was going through unbearable torture. In between screams, he stutteringly said, "I really have no idea. I just came here after I got the order. I don't know who we're looking for or what we're supposed to do." Boya looked up at Yang Kai and realized that he remained impassive. So she went on with her torture. The Emperor Realm Master's shrieks slowly died down as his voice became hoarse from all the screaming. All his clothes were drenched in sweat, and he had collapsed to the ground as he convulsed violently. His eyes had rolled back, so it was as though he would lose his life at any moment. For Season's realm, all of a sudden, a weakened voice was heard coming from the Emperor Realm Master. Despite his small voice, Yang Kai could clearly hear him. Then he asked, "Are you heading to the Four Seasons realm?" Despite his lethargy, the Emperor Realm Master still nodded his head. Yang Kai frowned and questioned, "What are you going there for?" He was also heading to the Four Seasons realm, and he was pretty close to his destination. He hadn't expected that this Emperor Realm Master was also going to the same place. It was no wonder that he would come across him here. Since their destination was the same, it could be expected that they would meet. The Emperor Realm Master was unable to answer the question. He passed out without giving any useful clues. He was either resolute enough to keep the secret or he really knew nothing. The latter was more probable. If he was a resolute person, he wouldn't have revealed so much information already. Since the Emperor Realm Master had passed out, Yang Kai put him in the small sealed world. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to kill him, he just wanted to let Baizhua have one more person to experiment on. If Baizhua could devise a way to break the Blood Demon secret technique used on this Emperor Realm Master, they could easily identify and capture those from Demon Heavenly Dao. They could also set things right and help those from Demon Heavenly Dao regain their original personalities. However, Yang Kai was surprised that the incident had something to do with the Four Seasons realm. After giving it a thought, he said, "Xiao Bai, please bring the other disciples back to the temple first. I'll head to the Four Seasons realm to find out what those from Demon Heavenly Dao are up to." "I'm going as well," Xiao Bai replied briefly. Yang Kai smiled helplessly and pointed at Murong Xiao. "If you also go, who will protect Junior Sister? Aren't you worried about making her return to the temple on her own?" Given Murong Xiao's condition, no one could be assured to let her return to the temple with only her current teammates, all of whom were injured as well. Since those from Demon Heavenly Dao had received the order to head to the Four Seasons realm, there must be more than one group of them. If Murong Xiao and the other disciples came across those from Demon Heavenly Dao, they were doomed. Xiao Bai frowned as he understood that what Yang Kai said made sense, but he still argued, "You can put them all away safe, right?" Since Yang Kai could keep Duwan and the Emperor Realm Master in the small sealed world, he certainly could do the same to the others. It was easy for him to do such a thing. However, Yang Kai shook his head. "I'm asking you to go back not only because Junior Sister and the others need treatment, but because there's something I need you to do at the temple. It's a more pressing issue than what is happening in the Four Seasons realm." No one knew what was going on in the Four Seasons realm, but the problem facing the temple had to be solved as soon as possible. Seeing how solemn Yang Kai was, Xiao Bai asked puzzledly, "What do you mean?" Yang Kai replied in a grim voice, "Since Duwan was an enemy spy, it's possible that there are more traitors in the temple." He then beckoned to Boya. "Take her with you and sniff out all the moles in the temple." Since Boya could detect Duwan's anomaly, it meant that she was able to see through the disguise of those from Demon Heavenly Dao. There were probably still some other traitors in the temple, but Yang Kai had no time to go back to check, so sending Boya was the best option. Boya hadn't expected that Yang Kai would give her such a task, so she shot him a glare, but she didn't seem to oppose the idea. In any case, it was much better than if she stayed in the small sealed world. Since Li Shiqing left, she had nothing else to do in the small sealed world and was simply idling, feeling extremely bored. Xiao Baiyi hesitantly took a look at Boya. Seeing that, Yang Kai said with a smile, "Don't worry. Although she's a demon, she works for me now. Since I've told her to go with you, there won't be any problems." It was then that Xiao Baiyi nodded gently. As someone from the star boundary, he instinctively felt repulsed by the demons. However, since Yang Kai had said such, he no longer cast any doubts. "Who is in charge of the temple now?" Yang Kai asked. "Vice Temple Master Chiu." Yang Kai gave a nod. "Please tell Vice Temple Master about the situation in detail, but act cautiously. Don't let anyone else find out about it so that we don't alert the enemy." Xiao Baiyi replied. After the short discussion, Xiao Baiyi didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, he remained in the same spot because his teammates hadn't arrived yet. There was a traitor in Murong Xiao Zhao's team, so it wasn't certain whether there was also one in his own team. However, Yang Kai didn't have the time to wait. After telling Boya to work closely with the others and passing her a space beacon, he bid everyone farewell and headed to the Four Seasons realm on his own. An incense stick later, the other team of disciples finally arrived. After they gathered together, Xiao Baiyi turned to look at Boya, who slowly shook her head. It was then Xiao Baiyi heaved a sigh of relief. Without any delays, he led everyone to return to Azure Sun Temple. Despite Yang Kai's assurance, he was still wary of Boya. After all, she was a mid-rank demon king. If she suddenly struck out while they might be still able to deal with her with their current manpower, there would be a hefty price to pay. Xiao Baiyi thus insisted on standing between Boya and Murong Xiao, who was injured. Besides that, he felt helpless at the fact that Boya's demonic characteristics were too conspicuous. She was a feather demon, so it was hard not to notice the white wings behind her back. If she really followed them back to the temple in such a state, before she even got near the temple, the other disciples would jump right out to slay a demon like her. Fortunately, she was able to use a secret technique to temporarily hide her wings. Xiao Baiyi also found a black hooded coat to cover her up fully before he was able to set off on their journey with peace of mind. The Four Seasons realm wasn't far from the place where Azure Sun Temple's disciples fell into danger. Only several tens of thousands of kilometers away. The reason Yang Kai came to this place was to have a look at the current situation of the Four Seasons realm. He didn't even think he could find out anything and was simply doing this to console his parents. However, he felt doubtful now that those from Demon Heavenly Dao were also interested in the Four Seasons realm. The reason Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were able to enter the Four Seasons realm was that Xianxia had led the way for them. After all, Xianxia was the Flowing Time Great Emperor's mount in the past. After the Great Emperor passed away, Xianxia fell into a deep slumber inside the Flowing Time Temple for countless years. Hence, it was only natural that he could open up the entrance to the Four Seasons realm. However, why would those from Demon Heavenly Dao also want to come to the Four Seasons realm? This place had been around in the Southern Territory for countless years, and it would open up at regular intervals to allow cultivators below the Dao Source realm in for life experience. There was still a long time before the realm would open again. Even if those from Demon Heavenly Dao came here, how were they going to enter? Perhaps their target wasn't the Four Seasons realm itself, but rather something else in the area that was worth their attention. Whatever the case, Yang Kai had to quickly launch an investigation. As soon as Yang Kai arrived, though, he realized that something was off. The entrance of the Four Seasons realm was in the sky above a nameless mountain valley. Before it was time to open up, nothing could be found here. When the time came, the entrance into the Four Seasons realm would simply appear in the sky. The valley didn't have a name, nor did it contain any natural treasures, so normally it was deserted and no one would pay any attention to it. However, at this moment, many people had gathered in this valley. Teams of different sizes were scattered everywhere in the valley, with all of them hidden in the forest and caves. The largest team had more than 100 people, while the smallest team had about a dozen people. Without exception, though, all the teams were led by Emperor Realm Masters.